Hello, hello. If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. Quotes John Adams. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the participants from different time zones across the globe. Sadan College of Special Education, Angamaly, in collaboration with the Rehabilitation Council of India, cordially welcome you to the inaugural ceremony of the 3 days international webinar series on social security and legal aspects in disability rehabilitation. On behalf of the entire Sadan family, I, Sahida Mohammed, extend a warm welcome to every one of you to the webinar series. We are indeed proud and happy to host this 3-day program of unlimited information on a topic that calls for great and immediate attention. We are confident and proud to bring to you the best experts in the field. Before we begin, allow me to remind to keep your microphones muted throughout the sessions. There will be a question and answer session at the end of each session. Delegates may send in your queries to the chat box so that we may save time. We will be sending you a Google evaluation form at the end of each session. The official virtual inauguration ceremony is about to commence. As we begin, let us evoke the blessings of the Almighty. Sister Antonita, first-year B.Ed student, will lead us in the prayer.
In His time, He makes all things beautiful in His time. Lord, please show me every day as you're teaching me your way, that you do just what you say in your time, in your time, in your time. You make all things beautiful in your time. Lord, my life to you I bring, with this winter and this spring. May I fathom everything in your time. There's a time, there's a time, both for sowing and for reaping. There's a time, time for losing, time for gain, time for joy and time for pain. Every purpose under heaven has a time.
Thank you, sister. Next, I invite Sister Jofi Maria CMC, the beloved and enthusiastic coordinator of the D.Ed programs near Sadan College of Angamaly, for the welcome address. Sister, please.
Reverend Father Dr. Paul Kaithotingal, Honorable Dr. Sabu Thomas Sir, Dr. Nigita Marinja, Mrs. Elizabeth David Ma'am, Dr. Sister Gisa Grace, Bobby ma'am, Sister Christy, distinguished speakers, participants, and my dear friends. A very good morning to all. It's given me a great pleasure to extend a warm welcome on behalf of Sneha Sadan College of Special Education, conducting 3 days international webinar on social security and legal aspect in disability rehabilitation in collaboration with RCI. First of all, I welcome our guest of honor, Father Dr. Paul Kaithotingal, Principal of Naipunya Institute, Management and Information Technology. Within a short span of time, Naipunya has made its mark in the field of professional education. In 2004, NIMIT was granted the ISO 9001 to 2008 and upgrade to 2015 certification for exemplary standard in education and students training. In 2019, NIMIT was accredited by NAC with B++ grade. Father is the main pillar of this development. He is benevolent toward the humanity. It proves his genuinity of the personality in all his apostolic work. He is a great visionary whose life is imbued with faith in the providential care of God. On behalf of Sneha Sadan College and gathered here, hearty welcome, Father, to this international webinar. Our honorable guest, Professor Dr. Sabu Thomas, Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi University, Kerala, agreeing to inaugurate the webinar and joining with us on this auspicious occasion. He is also a full professor of polymer science and engineering at the School of Chemical Science. He was the director of International and Inter-University Center for Nanoscience and Nanotechnology during the period of 2009 to 2017. In 2015, he received his first doctorate honoris causa from University of Southern Brittany in France. In 2016, he received his second doctorate honoris causa from University of Lorraine. He was awarded a Fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry in 2012 and also received the Bronze Medal of the Chemical Research Society of India and MRSI Medal of the Material Research Society of India in 2013. He is the director of Elsevier Journal, Nanostructures and Nano Objects. I think your presence will make a lot of difference today. So we are fortunate to have with us this morning to motivate us with his informative words. On behalf of Sneha Sadan College of Special Education and gathered here, warm welcome, sir, to this international webinar. Mrs. Elizabeth David, the Zonal Coordinator in Kerala for Rehabilitation Council of India. She's the course coordinator, St. John of College of Special Education. Ma'am is very helpful to us in any situations. She gives guidance and direction for us wherever we need. Let us allow water flow, the motto of ma'am. On behalf of everyone gathered here, warm welcome, ma'am, to this international webinar. Dr. Nigetida Mirinta, CEO and President of SASR, inspiring us with her presence and words of wisdom. She holds PhD in special education and master degree in psychology, social work, computer, and etc. She has contributed several chapters and course manuals of teachers' education in special education and multiple chapters and articles on issues in the disability sector. Ma'am, we are eagerly waiting for your motivational and inspiring words. On behalf of Sneha Sadan College, warm welcome, ma'am. Dr. Sister Jisa Grace, the principal of Sneha Sadan College of Special Education, a brilliant leader who does everything creatively with the innovative ideas. We are grateful to have you as our principal. Warm welcome, sister, to this international webinar. It is a great gathering of teachers, professionals, research scholars, along with faculty members, and those who have joined their hands with zealous favor and to support us in addressing the social security and legal aspect in disability rehabilitation. I wish you an enjoyable time and hope that you benefit immensely from this international webinar. I promise you that you will be enriched greatly by with knowledge from this webinar. So may I extend to all of you a cordial welcome to Sneha Sadan College. I am sure that our resource person will enrich us for the next 3 days with their challenging and creative presentation and interventions. They have been working for days to get ready with their scientific presentation. While thanking them for their readiness to join us and to make presentation on various themes connected with social disability and legal aspect in disability rehabilitation. May I extend to all of them a very cordial welcome to Sneha Sadan College and this webinar. Let us use this opportunity to compliment and welcome a great personality, Minnie Thomas. He has shown a gold medal in D.Ed Special Education at All India level by adding a gold feather to Sneha Sadan College title. We thank you for your continuous dedication and untiring effort. Minnie, congratulations on this occasion on behalf of Sneha Sadan College, gathered here and on my personal behalf. Once again, extended to everyone a warm welcome to all and wishing all of you 3 fruitful days. May I remaining, thank you, God bless you.
Thank you, sister. Your words were really welcoming. We are greatly honored and beyond happy to have Dr. Sabu Thomas, Honorable Vice Chancellor, MG University, Kottayam, here today to inaugurate this program. Dr. Sabu Thomas is also a passionate full-time professor of polymer science and engineering at the School of Chemical Sciences. He has served as the director of International and Inter-University Center for Nanoscience and Nanotechnology from the year 2009 to 2017. He was awarded his first doctorate honoris causa in the year 2015 from the University of Southern Brittany, France. He received his second doctorate honoris causa from the University of Lorraine, France. He was awarded the Fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry in 2012 and also received the Bronze Medal of the Chemical Research Society of India and the MRSI Medal of the Material Research Society of India in 2013. He is also the editor of Elsevier Journal, Nanostructure and Nano Objects. After all, he is a visionary and an inspiring educationist under whose guidance hundreds of educational institutions function effectively. Sir, we understand the magnitude of demands and the responsibilities of your position and therefore are deeply humbled to have you to inaugurate the webinar. On behalf of the entire students and staffs of the Sneha Sadan College, we, with immense pleasure, welcome Dr. Sabu Thomas, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the NG University, for the inaugural address. Sir, please.
Very good morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir.
Respected Reverend Dr. Father Paul Kaitotungal, the principal of Sneha Sadan College, Dr. Sister Jessa Gray, CMC, Sister Joshi Maria, CMC, Dr. Nikita, CEO and President, SASR New Delhi, Mrs. Elizabeth David, Minnie Thomas, all the distinguished faculties, speakers, students, and all my dear friends and colleagues. Let me first congratulate Dr. Jessa Grace in organizing such a marvelous international conference on security and legal aspects in disability and rehabilitation. Personally, I like very much international conferences and meetings, symposia. The principal has been in touch with me for several months in part of this conference. When I was in France also, she called me over WhatsApp. And I'm really excited. The commitment shown by the principal in organizing such a good meeting. And I'm glad that this is being organized in cooperation with the RCI of India. So there will be a lot of synergism. Dear colleagues and friends, conference and meetings always give us a lot of opportunities to interact, to collaborate, to network. It's extremely important. I remember when I was a student at the Indian Institute of Technology 35 years ago, my boss used to send me a large number of conferences in India and abroad. As a PhD student, I could meet lots of people in my field and could network and collaborate. Back in MG also, we organized a large number of meetings, symposia, workshops. Every year we organize very close to 100 meetings. My own field, I organize the area of nanoscience and polymer science. We organize at least 4 to 5 international meetings in a year. Therefore, we have a huge network across the globe as our collaborators. Therefore, I congratulate the organizers in organizing this important meeting. I like the title. You are dealing with security issues. You are dealing with legal aspects, particularly with respect to differentially able and with respect to the rehabilitation. If you look at security, our constitution always, Article 43 always very clearly indicates that it is our state's responsibility to provide social security to all of us. Again, Article 14 guarantees that no person will be denied equality before law. If you look at the Western system, they have a very intact health security. Excellent maternity benefits, compensation for the unemployed, family pension. So they have a very well-defined social security. If you look at the state of differentially abled people in the country, UN says that India has 2.1% of differentially abled in with respect to our total population. Of this 2.1%, 12.6 million males we have and 9.3 million females. So we have a huge population of differentially able. And differentially able people have lots of difficulties. I remember when I was traveling TGV from Nancy to Paris, Along with me, there was a differently abled person sitting. And when the train stopped in Paris, Paris East Airport, train station, the TGV, I was very happy to see that the differently able person sitting by the side of me has been given all support for him to get out of the train. There were two people to support him. The wheelchair already came to the station, and he has been given all support. Therefore, we have to go a long way. I don't see in our Indian trains. It's very difficult. So we have to go a long way to guarantee social security, particularly to our differentially able people. There are lots of issues with respect to their health, lots of issues with respect to their education, employment. Look at accessibility to buildings. I have gone to many institutions, and I always find that the accessibility to buildings are not properly done for the differentially able. There are a lot of discrimination, a lot of social exclusion. I hope conference of this sort will discuss all the issues. Mahatma Gandhi University has a separate department on School of Behavioral Sciences. And I'm glad that Sneha Sadan, Sneha Sadan is interacting with us. And we will be very happy to provide you all the support, all your programs. And I also congratulate RCI of India joining hands with Sneha Sadan in organizing such a wonderful meeting. And I request the principal after the meeting, you have to make a beautiful deliberation of the meeting. What are the important findings of this meeting? And this document should be submitted to our Chief Minister and also to the Minister who is in charge of differentially abled. You must also submit a copy to RCI and Government of India. And the important discussion points to be implemented. This is our very important duty. I'm sure the principal will take a lead in this. I also request all the participants to be very active, interact with the speakers, understand the latest advancement in the subject. That is extremely important. There are lots of scholarly people who have been invited for this important meeting. Therefore, I request everyone to be very active. And there should be lots of brainstorming discussion meeting. And I wish all the best for the conference. With all your permission, I declare that the International Conference on Social Security and Legal Aspects in Disability, Rehabilitation has been inaugurated. And I wish all the best for the conference. And I'm sure that MG will be able to interact with very closely, and some of the meetings we can even organize jointly. I will speak to the director of School of Behavioral Sciences, and we will give you all the support. I wish you good luck and all the best for this. Thank you so much.
Sir, we are indeed motivated and inspired by your words and hope to carry it on. We are grateful for your presence and your valuable time, sir. Thank you once again and wishing you a good day.
Thank you. I have another important meeting, so please excuse me. I have to leave because I have to conduct a few more meetings today. In between, I will definitely attend some of
So
your
much.
sessions.
We are
Thank you.
really grateful for your presence. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Please allow me to announce a happy news on this very happy occasion. All the participants, my words are shivering with pride, and each member of Sadan family is literally jumping out of joy to share this news with one of you, each one of you. The award of B.D. Menon Gold Medal commemorates the memory of the founder director of the National Institute of Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disability. It is a tribute to the people who have dedicated their service to the upliftment of disadvantaged people. This award has been given to the candidate who has stood first on the all India basis in the annual examination of D.Ed in Special Education conducted by the National Institute of Multiple Disability, Chennai. Ms. Minnie S. Thomas, D.Ed Special Education student of the batch 2019-2021 of Sneha Sadan College, has been awarded the Dr. B.D. Menon Gold Medal this year. On our request, Ms. Minnie has joined us online. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, very much.
Congratulations, ma'am, and hope you're doing fine.
Thank you. I'm good. Thank you
We
so
would
much.
like to hear what you feel on this occasion.
Yeah, thanks. Respected dignitaries on site and offline, my most revered teachers and fellow special educators. It's indeed a great honor for me. I struggled, I squirmed, and I was on my knees in the beginning of the course. But by and by, I got the swing of it. And I'm here in front of you today due to consistent hard work, diligence, tenacity of purpose, and indomitable faith in God. Receiving the All India Gold Medal for me is my comeback to my state, Kerala, and a return gift of bountiful gratitude to the great Sneha Sadan College of Special Education mentors. I proudly announce their names. Sister Dr. Jisa Grace, our principal, is a true messiah to all students. The HOD of the D.Ed program, Sister Joffy Maria, a strict yet warm and loving and empathetic mentor. She guided me from the first class test, as in how to write an exam, to the last All India one. Bobby ma'am, with her fun-filled experiential teaching and learning sessions, and Sister Christy, whose sessions always began with a prayer. I'm indebted to all Sneha Sadan family. You know I'm overwhelmed now. My college mates made my college life spectacular. My spouse, Dr. Saji Thomas, and my daughters, Cheryl and Ananya, motivated me and stood by me every day of 2019-2021. I thank everyone here, and I request you to send a blessing and a good wish my way so that my life will become a beacon for many. Thank you so much and have a bright day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. We wish more success in your way. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us online. Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much. And thank you all my mentors.
Passion and hard work is what she radiates. Speaking of none other than our exuberant principal, I welcome Dr. Sister Jisa Grace CMC, Principal, Sneha Sadan College of Special Education, for the keynote address.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sabu Thomas, Director of Naibunya College, Reverend Father Dr. Paul Kaitotungal, distinguished guests, dear faculty members, delegates, resource persons, and my dear teacher trainees. I feel proud today as we are all here to attend the international webinar on social security and legal aspect in disability rehabilitation. A radical shift has come to the way in which present society observes persons with disabilities. Various institutions, including the constitutions around the world, have shifted to be a disability-friendly approach. I am happy to note that in many instances, the state or the country itself takes the responsibility for these sections of the society. The disability rights movement has emerged over the time, and the concept of disability has shifted from individual impairment to a social phenomenon. It is significant at the same time to recognize that the society has erected barriers, physical or attitudinal, that affect persons with disabilities. For any active rehabilitation professional, socio-legal aspects in the disability field are of great significance, and those aspects should be discussed in detail, and everyone involved in the field must be made aware of. Taking cue from these issues and hoping to sensitize ourselves about various aspects of such a concern, we organize a webinar for 3 days, each day with 3 sessions covering the most valuable topics in the field of social security and legal aspects. It is hoped that towards the end of this process, we all will become familiar with the intricacies in this domain, so that all of us who are directly dealing with the differently abled section of this society will be conscientized and empowered to play our respective roles in a society that should care for the differently abled. This webinar on social security and legal aspect in disability rehabilitation will cover various topics such as concessions and benefits for persons with disabilities, different acts and protection of rights, funding and services for them, solutions to overcome the hurdles of PWDs, UNCRPD, etc. It is my hope that each session of the webinar will offer valuable lessons for each of us. In addition, considering it a very relevant part of the webinar, psychological well-being of abused persons will also be taken up for discussion. Hence, may I take this opportunity to welcome you all once again to Sneha Sadan College of Special Education for this 3-day webinar. Let this endeavor underline our commitment for the integral and overall care for the differently abled in our society, and our effort to train a qualified and committed band of teachers who without doubt would avail their lives for their common good, individually and collectively. Thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you, sister, for your words. We are sure that under your guidance, this program is going to meet its goal and be a success. Reverend Father Dr. Paul Kaitotungal, Principal and Executive Director of Naipunya Institute of Management and Information Technology, NIMIT, Thrissur, is a well-wisher and a friend of Sneha Sadan. Under the guidance of Father Dr. Paul, NIMIT has established a name in the field of professional education in a short span of time. NIMIT was upgraded to 2015 certification for exemplary standards in education and student training and was accredited by NAC with B++ grade, all under the supervision of Father Dr. Paul Kaitotungal. With much delight, I welcome Father Dr. Paul for the presidential address.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sabu Thomas of MG University, Kottayam, in his absence. Dr. Reverend Sister Giza Grace, CMC, the principal of this esteemed institution. Reverend Sister Jofi, my dear CMC, my dear panel members who would be sharing on this panel today, day after, tomorrow, and all my participants, students, congratulations at the outset for coordinating a beautiful seminar or a webinar at this juncture on this very relevant topic for the institution, Sneha Sadan, which is into special education. And I am really privileged and thankful to the coordinators, Dr. Sister Jisa, Maria, and team for having invited me to be on this platform today. And I also congratulate Dr. Minnie S. Thomas, who has brought laurel to this institution by winning the BD Menon Gold Medal and raising the level of this institution to a very highly esteemed one. And today, when we look at the history of Kerala in the sphere of education, we always see the contributions of the Carmelite missionaries, Carmelite, whether it is sisters community or the priest community, especially taking the path of Saint Elias Chavara. And as and when the time necessitated, initially it was in general education, as time needs, as service has to go into specific sphere, we have seen them taking up various specialized spheres of education, and now they have an institution specially dedicated to train mentors for in the field of special education. I congratulate the effort of the Carmelite missionaries, especially the CMC community, in terms of taking this specific mission to train faculty members and trainers and teachers in developing a culture of supporting the disabled community of our region. Now, today we have a very relevant topic which you have taken up. And when we talk about education, we say that the purpose of education is emancipation. We will call in terms of enlightenment. We will call in terms of empowerment. And especially when it comes to the special education field, when we talk about the specially disabled people, the same terms becomes very important. We have to emancipate them, we have to enlighten them, and we have to empower them. And this empowerment, as we say, leads to transformation. And a transformed person, especially in the field of those disabled people, they cannot be living where they were. They have to be rehabilitated. So when the question of rehabilitation comes in, we will come across various social security measures, which had been very well taken up by Dr. Sabu Thomas in his inaugural address. We will have various social security measures which is coming in question, especially in this particular era in which we go through. We have to train not only the disabled people, but the entire community is to be trained to give them security, maybe the constitutions based on the values which our constitution promises. And for that, there should be an awareness on the security needs, at the same time, the legal aspects which are concerned, especially the mentors in terms of the special education need to know various legal aspects of it, various social security measures of it. And I am hopeful that these 3 days webinar would be giving a light to all these aspects, especially to every participant who is eagerly waiting to listen to various sessions today. And I am also very hopeful, as the Vice Chancellor today, he was in his inaugural address, he was asking the principal of the institute, the coordinator of this program, to report back the deliberations of this meeting, so that, and to the various authorities, even to the chief minister, to various authorities, and it kindles a lot of hope in us, because the superiors, the authorities, the civil authorities are taking this topic as a very important area of concern. So let's be hopeful on the outcome of this seminar, this webinar, and let's have a beautiful 3-day program at the outset. So I congratulate the Institute, Sneha Sadan, the principal and team, for taking up this very important topic for your deliberations, and let this webinar be useful to everyone who is going to participate during these 3 days. So congratulating once again, thanking me to be here today with you. I remain. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for the wishes and your kind words. That was really enlightening. Our chief guest of the day, Dr. Nikita Mandirata, holds a PhD in special education, master's degrees in psychology, social work, special education, computer science, and educational administration, a PG diploma in hearing impairment and visual impairment, and a diploma in ASD. With over 15 years of experience in teacher education and disability management, she is currently the CEO and president of SARS India that runs a RCI accredited Cross Disability Teacher Training Institute along with group of clinical setups. Dr. Nikita has contributed several chapters and course manuals of teacher education in special education and multiple chapters and articles on issues in the disability sector. With immense pleasure, I invite Dr. Nikita to address the gathering.
Thank you, ma'am, for the kind introduction. Respected Father Dr. Paul, Honorable Dr. Sabu Thomas, Sister Dr. Jisa Grace, Sister Maria, Mrs. Elizabeth, Mrs. Bobby, and everyone on this online dais. Namaste and a very good morning. And I also see Mrs. Mini, so once again, many congratulations, Mrs. Mini. Each year, Sneha Sadan College of Special Education addresses some of the most pressing issues for the field of disability rehab. And I've been honored to join you a number of times. So I know how dynamic this forum is and how it leads to various meaningful deliberations. So I thank you once again for making me a part of this August gathering, and more so for a webinar that addresses a conversation that is long overdue. I'm pleased to see the topics that have been shortlisted for the discussions during the course of 3 days, and also very, very pleased to see representatives not just from abroad, but also across our country to bring forth the diversity of our nation. The oldest institution of social security is the family, and that includes joint family system of India. But modernization and the socioeconomic changes have kind of led to an erosion of joint family system, thereby kind of disturbing this institution of social security. However, families are likely to be overprotective and reinforce a sense of dependence when caring for a child with disability, which can make it difficult for children to develop skills that are needed for self-determination and resilience. So to my understanding, the purpose of all social security measures is to give those individuals and families the confidence that their standard of living will not decline by any form of eventuality, and also to provide medical care and income security, to provide protection against unemployment, to promote job creation, and provide benefits for maintenance of their children. And the Indian system of governance is decentralized to state governments. So thus the social protection programs are kind of administered at the state level, and below the state governments are devolved administrative units at districts, blocks, and village level. And then at the village level, there are local authorities with elected village councils that are headed by panchayats. So while many disability NGOs like Sneha Sadan have links in public agencies, but they are predominantly related to service delivery and kind of less relevant for advocacy and decision making around policy. So although India has a very, very strong civil society with NGOs and disabled people organizations that have successfully lobbied in the past for increase in value of disability benefits, but the awareness of disability issues among the government officials and the capacity of states is generally low. And that is where the suggestion of Dr. Thomas and Father Paul of documenting and recording the deliberations and the recommendations that come out of this program would highly be essential for to aid us in building the capacity of our state. And India has an extremely complex social protection system, and most effective strategy, I believe, would be mainstreaming of the existing social security programs in order to include individuals with disabilities in these programs. And based on international best practices, India must also harness the resources available under various ministries, departments, and schemes. And I'm very confident that this webinar will bring out concrete recommendations, not just for improving the social protection of persons with disabilities in general, but also more specifically for women with disabilities, for elderly with disabilities, and individuals with high support needs, for providing them a life of dignity. I congratulate and thank everyone for participating in this international webinar, and also to Sneha Sadan for organizing this program to not just provide a better understanding of how people with disabilities are supported through services, schemes, and provisions across the system, but also in a way encourage us to take forth the conversation and employ our active interest for seeking greater measure of welfare and happiness for persons with disabilities. I thank you once again for making me a part of this program, and I look forward to the deliberations of the 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. We greatly appreciate your presence and time, ma'am. And we can't wait to listen to your session. Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Elizabeth David, Zonal Coordinator, Rehabilitation Council of India, is a well-known, deeply loved figure and a guiding mentor to Sneha Sadan College. Ma'am, we are happy to have you facilitate the gathering. Ma'am, are you there? There is some technical issue. I believe that she'll join us later. Sorry for the inconvenience. Next, we shall move to the next program. Optimism and enthusiasm is what Ms. Bobby Francis, our HOD of B.Ed programs near Southern College of Special Education, inhales and exhales. For delivering the vote of thanks, I welcome Bobby ma'am.
Living in a state of gratitude is the gateway to grace. Let me start by giving glory to Almighty God for making this inaugural section a grand success. First and foremost, I express my heartfelt thanks to Reverend Father Dr. Paul Kaitotungal, Principal and Executive Director, Naipunya Institute, who presided this international webinar. NIMIT is a project of Archdiocese of Ernakulam, Angamaly. NIMIT was launched in 1998. Since then, it offers the very best and latest technology for its education and enable generations to become leaders in the business world. Of course, all these achievements because of untiring and tireless hard work of principals, Reverend Father Dr. Paul Kaitutungal. Thank you, Father, for your presidential address. Respected and Honorable Professor Dr. Sabu Thomas, Vice Chancellor of MG University. Sir is the Chief Academic Officer and Chief Executive of MG University. Sir has very important role for maintaining the status of MG University as deemed university. Sir, we are honored by your valuable presence in this auspicious occasion and inauguration of this international webinar. Of course, this day will be added to the history of Sneha Sadan family. We are expressing heartfelt gratitude on the behalf of Sneha Sadan College for your inspiring speech and inauguration. Thank you, sir. Dr. Nitika, CEO and President of SASR, she has qualification in MEd in ID, MSc in IT, hearing impairment, visual impairment, and autism. And of course, doctorate also. I think she covered all the disabilities in her professional qualifications. And also, we are very happy and thankful to you, ma'am, for being our chief guest of our international webinar. Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Elizabeth David, Zonal Coordinator of RCA. Teachers are building block of the nation. Children's future and present both are made by teachers. To be a good teacher, one has sense of unity in heart. Do not discriminate against anyone. Everyone should be seen with a glance. I am glad to say that Elizabeth ma'am is a good teacher, and ma'am always extend her supporting hand towards Sneha Sadan College of Special Education. A special gratitude to Reverend Sister Jisa Grace, Principal of Sneha Sadan College. I am very proud to say that Sneha Sadan College has successfully completed 2 decades and Reverend Sister Dr. Jisa Grace was the head of Sadan during 2002, and still now she's the captain, if you take it as sportsman spirit. Thank you, sister. Reverend Sister Joffi Maria, coordinator of DED course. She always coordinates all the activities of college. Thank you, sister, for your warm welcome. Social security and legal aspects in disability helps to break the barriers for people with disabilities and provide them access to the most relevant education and development and make them productive citizens of society. So I hope after this international webinar, all the participants will become more aware of legal rights, benefits, concessions of the person with disability. A special gratitude to all the members of Sadan family, especially convener of this webinar, Reverend Sister Christy, for making this inauguration of international webinar a grand success. Thank you. God bless you. Praise to be Jesus.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Delegates, we are soon commencing the webinar. Delegates, sit back and be ready as we present to you the 3-day international webinar series on social security and legal aspects in disability rehabilitation, organized and conducted by Sneha Sadan College of Special Education, Angamaly, in collaboration with Rehabilitation Council of India. Once again, extending a warm welcome to each and every one of you. Before we begin, let me once again remind all the delegates to make sure that your microphones are muted throughout the session. Please keep your question to the end of each session. The first session of the day is on concession and benefits for persons with disabilities, to be led by our chief guest of the day, Dr. Nigida Mendirata, who is the right person to handle the session with her PhD in special education and educational achievements in many other subjects. With over 15 years of experience in teacher education and disability management, she is currently the CEO and president of SARS India, that runs RCI accredited Cross Disability Teacher Training Institute. Dr. Nigida had contributed several chapters and course manuals of teacher education in special education and multiple chapters and articles in issues in the disability sector. Ma'am, you may please take off the session. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Allow me to please share my screen. I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am, yes.
I'm so sorry, just a second. So allow me to start once again by thanking Dr. Sister Jisa Grace and Sneha Sadan for giving me this opportunity and making me a part of this program. When we talk about government schemes, benefits, and concessions, I thought of, instead of directly getting into the nitty-gritty and the details of what are the schemes and benefits that are offered by our government, I thought it would be easier, because most of the times I've seen that people, even if they are aware of the scheme, they are not really aware of the organization or the the hierarchy of our administrative structure. So they are in a way unaware of how to apply for those schemes and who to reach out for more details. So I thought I would start my presentation briefly with sharing of the administrative structure of our country for the field of disability rehab, and then get on with the various schemes that are offered by each of these departments. So at the union level, which is the central level, the disability issues fall under the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, also known as the EPWD, within the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. And under the Ministry of Social Departments, there are in fact two departments. One is particularly dedicated to persons with disabilities, and the other one caters to social minorities like SC, STs, and others. So, and at the state level, the institutional arrangements pertaining to disabilities issues vary widely. So therefore, in this presentation, we will focus primarily on the schemes and benefits that are provided by the center. And in order to facilitate the implementation of the activities of DPWD, there are 3 statutory bodies, 2 central public sector enterprises, and 9 national institute functioning under its direct monitoring. The 3 statutory bodies of DPWD include RCI, CCPD, and the National Trust. The Rehabilitation Council of India was enacted by the Parliament in September 1992 and has been entrusted with the responsibility to regulate and monitor the training policies and programs in the field of disability rehab, prescribe and regulate minimum standards in the field of education and training of various categories of professionals, maintenance of the central rehab register of professionals, and encourage continuing rehab education programs like the one we are attending today, and to promote research in rehabilitation and special education. In addition, there is an establishment of the Office of Chief Commissioner of Persons with Disabilities under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, as well as in each of the state governments. The Office of CCPD is mandated to safeguard the rights of persons with disabilities, including the monitoring and utilization of the funds that are dispersed by the central government and the overall compliance with the Disabilities Act. The Chief Commissioner can investigate potential issues either on own accord or in response to complaints from citizens, and the office has the power of a civil court. And the National Trust was set up primarily for the welfare of autism, cerebral palsy, intellectual disability, and multiple disability. It works through a network of voluntary organizations and associations of persons with disabilities and association of parents of children with persons with disabilities. At the central public sector enterprises, there are 2. One is called LIMCO and the other is called NHFDC. The Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, also known as LIMCO, manufactures various types of cost-effective aids and appliances and assistive devices on mass scale. It distributes these services and these devices for empowering and restoring the dignity of persons with disabilities. The National Handicap Finance and Development Corporation promotes the economic empowerment through skill training and self-employment ventures for benefits of persons with disabilities. It extends loans for employment ventures and for pursuing professional or technical education, and also assists individuals in marketing their finished products. There are 9 national institutes under the department that are autonomous bodies for different types of disabilities. These institutes are engaged in human resource development in the field of disability, and they also provide rehab services and research and development efforts. Further, the department has set up 21 composite regional centers for skill development, rehabilitation, and empowerment of persons with disabilities as extended arms of the National Institute. The primary objective of the CRC is to not just provide rehab services to all categories of disabilities, but also train the rehab stakeholders, undertake programs of education and skill development, and create awareness regarding the needs of rights of persons with disabilities. Now, for the purpose of a quick reference for our international participants, here is the list of all the 9 national institutes and the 21 CRCs that are administered by them. So if you see, we have at Delhi, we have a National Institute for Physical Disabilities that has 2 CRCs under its administrative control, one at Lucknow and one at Srinagar. There is a National Institute for Rehab Training and Research at Cuttack that has 4 CRCs under its administrative control. One is at Guwahati, Ranchi, Imphal, and Balangir. The National Institute for Locomotor Disabilities is at Kolkata, again has 3 CRCs under its purview, Patna, Naharlagun in Arunachal Pradesh, and Tripura. The National Institute for Visual Disabilities is at Dehradun with 3 CRCs at Sundarnagar, Gorakhpur, and Sikkim. The National Institute for Hearing Disabilities at Mumbai has 3 CRCs at Bhopal, Ahmedabad, and Nagpur. The National Institute for Intellectual Disabilities has 3 CRCs as well at Nellore, Devangade, and Rajnandangao. The National Institute of Multiple Disabilities has 3 CRCs at Kozhikode, Shillong, and Port Blair. And the most recent national institutes include the ISLRTC, which is the Sign Language Research and Training Center, and the National Institute for Mental Health Rehabilitation, that's Sehore. So these are the various autonomous bodies, and all of these national institutes also have their regional centers at various parts of the country. Now, if we classify the various schemes that are mainly offered by DEPWD, these are the names, the short forms of the schemes that we will be going through in the further slides. So we'll first start by the DDRS and the DDRC. The Deen Dayal Disabled Rehabilitation Scheme, also known as DDRS, is the center sector scheme to provide grant and aid to NGOs for projects relating to rehab of persons with disabilities, which is aimed at enabling them to reach and maintain, optimal physical, sensory, intellectual, and psychosocial functional needs. The scheme encourages voluntary action for ensuring effective implementation of the RPWD Act. There are 9 model projects under the DDRS, which includes the Special School for Intellectual Disability, Visual Disability, Hearing and Speech Disability, halfway home projects, community-based rehab projects, etc. And for the eligibility of grants, the organization must be registered under the Society Registration Act or the Public Trust Act, or as a non-profit company under the Companies Act, with an existence of minimum 2 years. It must also be registered under the RPWD Act and Niti Aayog's NGO Darpan. The department has developed a centralized online software for the submission of applications, and the organization has to first complete its requisite formalities of the proposal with the District Social Welfare Office of the concerned state government. And if you look at the components of grant that it includes, it offers honorarium to the staff that is employed for the project, transportation and stipend for the non-hosteler beneficiaries, hostel maintenance allowance, cost of raw material in case it's a skill development training center, contingencies to meet the office expenses like electricity and water, and rent for the building if the premise is at a rented accommodation. In order to facilitate the creation of infrastructure and a capacity building of district level for awareness generation, rehabilitation, training, and guidance of rehab professionals, DPWD is also supporting setting up of DDRCs, which is the District Rehabilitation, Disability Rehabilitation Centers, in all of the unserved districts of the country. A total of 325 districts have been identified and approved for setting up the DDRCs, out of which DDRCs have already been set up at 264 districts so far. The DDRCs are provided with the financial, infrastructural, administrative, and technical support by the state and central governments. So they are in a position to provide better rehab services in the concerned districts. And for setting up DDRCs in the identified and approved districts, the state government is required to submit a proposal with the prescribed documents. Now, the main objective of the assistance to disabled persons for purchase of fitting and fitting of aids and appliances is to assist in procuring durable, scientifically manufactured, modern, and standard aids and appliances to promote physical, social, and psychological rehabilitation, and reduce the effect of disability and enhance the economic potential of persons with disabilities. The aim is to improve their independent functioning, to arrest the extent of disability and the occurrence of secondary disability. The implementing agencies are given financial assistance to not just purchase, but fabrication and distribution of the standard aids and appliances. That also includes grants for essential medical or surgical correction and intervention that may be required prior to fitting of the aids and appliances. DPWD has notified, various disability-wise list of contemporary aids and devices for financial assistance under the schemes. The ministry has also been implementing the scheme for implementation of Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, also known as SIPDA, for providing financial assistance for undertaking various activities that are outlined in the RPWD Act. The Act endorses the rights of persons with disabilities for access in education, vocational training and employment, public transport, built environment, information and communication, and uphold their independence and dignity. The ministry has been releasing funds under the scheme since 1999 under the following components, which are the creation of barrier-free environment, other than the area that is already covered in the Accessible India campaign, the National Action Plan for Skill Training Development of Persons with Disabilities, Accessible India campaign, Unique Disability ID project, also known as UDID, Awareness Generation and Publicity Scheme, Research on Disability Related Technology Product and Issue Scheme, Incentive Scheme for providing employment to persons with disabilities in private sector, in-service training and sensitization of key functionaries of central and state government, local bodies and other providers, College of Deaf Studies, media, state spinal injury centers, and augmentation of braille presses. We'll briefly have a look at a few of them in the upcoming slides. The Accessible India campaign, also known as the Sugamya Bharat Abhiyan, with it, the government envisions an inclusive society that provides equal opportunities and access to lead a productive, safe, and dignified life. In furtherance to its vision, DPWD launched the national flagship program called the Accessible India campaign for creating and enabling a barrier-free built environment, public transport, and information and communication technologies. The scheme of awareness generation and publicity aims to give wide publicity, including event-based publicity through electronic, print, film media, multimedia, to schemes and programs that are run by DPWD and other central and state government initiatives, including social, economic, and educational empowerment. The self-help groups, advocacy and self-advocacy organizations, parent and community organizations, NGOs are eligible for grants, financial assistance under the scheme. This scheme was introduced in 2015-16 under the umbrella scheme of SIPDA in order to promote research of services, models, and programs on the basic life cycle needs of individuals and their families, and creating an enabling environment for the empowerment of persons with disabilities. The scheme also aims to initiate and sustain innovative applied and action research to improve the quality of life, application of science and technology, for development of indigenous aids and appliances, and to promote research in prevention and prevalence. The Unique Disability Identity Project, the UDID project, is being implemented with a view to create a national database of persons with disabilities, and also for the purpose of issuance of unique disability identity cards. The components for the grants under the project include any form of publicity activity in IT infrastructure, digitization of documentation and resources, and remuneration of those engaged. The incentive scheme for providing employment to persons with disabilities in private sector include the components of payment of salary of PWD employees, payment of employer's contribution to EPF and ESI, payment of 1/3 of the gratuity amount that is due by the employer, and the stipend that is offered during apprenticeship. Additionally, there are some other sub-schemes of SEPTA that include in-service training and sensitization of key functionaries of central and state government, local bodies and service providers, the scheme of support for establishment, modernization, capacity augmentation of the existing braille presses, and the state spinal injury centers. The scheme for financial assistance for deaf primarily has the objective to provide equal opportunities to hearing impaired students for pursuing higher education and improving their chances of employability and better quality of life through higher education. And the grant to existing rural development and management colleges for the deaf are provided in the 5 regions, which is the northwest, south, east, and the central zone of the country. The DPWD also offers various scholarship schemes, which is kind of an umbrella scholarship scheme, which is to empower disabled students to study further in order to earn their livelihood and to find dignified place in the society as they face various barriers, be it physical, financial, or psychological. So the components under which the grants are offered to students with disability include the pre-matric scholarship schemes, post-matric, top class education for pursuing education at institutes of excellence which are identified in the country, national fellowship for MPhil and PhD programs, national overseas scholarship for master's degree and above, and free coaching facilities. The National Fund for Persons with Disabilities was set up to take into account the available funds for the purpose of exhibitions, workshops, to showcase the products, to support people with benchmark disabilities who have excelled in sports, fine arts, music, dance, film, theater, literature, and to support exclusive needs of persons with high support needs. The Indian Spinal Injury Center, ISIC at New Delhi, was a separate was established as a separate scheme of DPWD. And at present, the scheme continues to reimburse the fund to ISIC by the way of grant and aids for maintaining and providing indoor treatment to spinal cord injury patients. Apart from these, there are separate schemes for each of the reporting offices of DPWD. Let's first start by the National Trust. As we all know, the National Trust is a statutory body that was established for the welfare of persons with autism, cerebral palsy, intellectual disability, and multiple disability, for enabling and empowering them to live as independently and as fully as possible within and as close to the community to which they belong. It was set up to discharge 2 basic duties, which is legal and welfare. The legal duties are discharged through the local level committees and providing legal guardianship. And the welfare duty is discharged through the schemes that we'll be looking at in the coming slides. So guardianship is a need-based enabling provision for purpose of care and protection of the person or his or her property, and also to take legal decisions on behalf of the person. A local level committee is constituted in every district of the country that functions to screen, appoint, monitor, and remove legal guardians. So under the section 14 of the National Trust Act, the LLC head, LLC known as the local level committee, is headed by the district collector, who is empowered to appoint the legal guardians. And who can apply as legal guardians are the parents, relatives, or any registered organization of the National Trust. Now, Disha is an early intervention and school readiness scheme of the National Trust for children in the age group of 0 to 10 years. And it aims at setting up Disha centers for early intervention through therapies, training, and providing support to the families and the family members. The scheme is available only for organizations and associations that are registered. Most of these schemes in the coming pages, slides are applicable and available only for organizations and associations that are registered with the National Trust, apart from being registered with the Society Registration Act or the Trust Act or an association. So at present, there are 29 Disha centers and 38 Disha Kam Vikas centers in the country. These centers provide daycare facility for at least 4 hours in a day with the 8 specific activities. Vikas is another daycare scheme, but it is for children attaining the age of 10 years or above, primarily to enhance their interpersonal and vocational skills as they transition to higher age groups. The centers provide daycare facilities for at least 6 hours in a day with 8 specific activities. At present, there are 33 Vikas centers in our country with 38 Disha Kam Vikas centers. For registered organizations of National Trust that were implementing multiple schemes, an option of implementing a merged scheme is provided for daycare facilities, which is known as Disha Kam Vikas centers. At present, there are 38 of those in our country. So these are the centers that provide both Disha and Vikas schemes together. In order to provide respite home for orphans and abandoned families in crisis, and also for persons with disabilities from the BPL and LIG families, which includes the destitute. The National Trust scheme of Samarth provides for group home facilities to all age groups with quality care and acceptable living standards and provision of basic medical care. At present, there are 8 Samarth centers in our country, along with 12 Samarth Kam Gharonda centers. Again, this scheme is also only available for organizations and associations that are already registered with the National Trust. And it offers not just a full-time, long-term, residential care or residential services, but it also offers short-term respite care for family emergencies or families those are in crisis. Then there is group home for adults. The Gharonda is a short form for group home and rehabilitation activities under National Trust Act for disabled adults. The objective of Gharonda scheme is to provide an assured home and minimum quality of care services throughout the life. It also facilitates establishment of requisite infrastructure for the assured care of throughout the country, and encourage assisted living with independence and dignity, and provide care services on a sustainable basis. At present, there are 19 Gharonda centers and 12 Samarth Kam Gharonda centers in our country. Just like the Disha Kam Vikas centers, for any registered organization that is implementing multiple schemes of both Samarth and Gharonda, a separate scheme was given as an option for implementing a merged scheme to provide the residential facilities to persons with disabilities, specifically those disabilities that come under the purview of the National Trust, that is autism, cerebral palsy, intellectual disability, and multiple disability. Sahyoghi scheme is a revamped scheme for caregivers training and deployment. It aims at setting up of care associate cells or caregiver cells, also known as CACs, to provide training and create skilled workforce of care associates to provide adequate and nurturing care to persons with disabilities and their families. It also seeks to provide parents an opportunity to get trained in caregiving. It offers choices of training through 2 levels of courses, which is the primary and advanced. At present, we have 56 caregiving cells in our country. I'm sorry, is the slide visible? Yeah. So the Prerna scheme, also known as the Marketing Assistance Scheme, aims at providing, viable and widespread channels for sale of products and services that are produced by persons with disabilities. It provides funds to participate in events such as exhibitions, melas, fairs, etc., and also provides an incentives to the registered organization based on the sales turnover of the products. The scheme is under revision at present, so the amount and the quantity of funds that are offered or the subcomponents of the scheme may change in the coming year. Sambhav is a scheme that helps maintain information pertaining to aids and assisted devices that are present at the Sambhav Center for easy access to device and appliances for the empowerment of persons with disability. It has set up additional resource centers, one in each of city of the country, to collate and collect the aid software and other forms of assistive technology or devices with the provision to display and demonstrate the devices to persons with disabilities and their family members. This scheme is also currently under revision, and it may be revamped in the coming year, financial year. Badde Kadam supports the registered organizations to carry out activities that focus on increasing the awareness of the National Trust disabilities. It helps to create community awareness, sensitization, social integration, and mainstreaming of persons with disabilities. The National Trust sponsors approximately a maximum of 4 events for each of the registered organization each year. And at present, there are 126 registered organizations under the schemes. Now, the Niramiya health insurance scheme is a scheme to provide affordable health insurance to National Trust disabilities. The enrolled beneficiaries get health insurance cover up to 1 lakh by paying a nominal fee. It not just encourages health services, but also improves the general health condition and quality of life of persons with disabilities. There is no age bar for application. There is a single premium across all ages, and all categories, of course, that are under the purview of National Trust are included with no exclusion. And the choice of hospitals is given to the patient. Some of the benefits that are covered under the Niramiya scheme include hospitalization costs, corrective surgeries, post-operative care, the regular health checkups that the individual may have to undergo, the costs for pathology, radiology, and any advanced tests for the diagnosis of the illness, any ongoing therapies to reduce the disability impact, transportation charges for seeking medical services are also covered under the insurance scheme. Dental and preventive dentistry is also covered. Along with that, the alternative medicines, which is a traditional practice of our country, is also covered under the insurance scheme. The National Handicap Finance and Development Corporation is again one of the bodies of DPWD that aims to promote self-employment and other ventures of economic rehabilitation of the Divyangjan. And they also extend loans for pursuing education, assist in upgradation of technical and entrepreneurial skills. So it implements loan-based and non-loan-based schemes for the welfare of persons with disabilities. The loan-based schemes include the Divyangjan Swavalamban Yojana for starting any activity that contributes in income generation or helps in overall empowerment and higher education. There is also Vishesh Microfinance Yojana that provides prompt and need-based finance at reasonable rate of interest to pursue small or micro business and developmental activities. The non-loan based scheme includes skill training scheme, awareness creation and marketing support. So again, these keep changing during each financial year. The quantum of funds available vary, and at times a particular scheme is discontinued and a new scheme is issued. This is the data that I'm giving is based upon the compendium of schemes that was last issued by the ministry, which was in 2020. After that, due to COVID, the new compendium is yet to be released and uploaded at public domain. However, under most of the schemes that I've covered so far, it's vital that we keep in mind that there is further segregation of these schemes to to persons from the Northeast, to persons from reserved categories like SC, ST, and OBC. So in case we are directly not applying to DPWD for availing these schemes, we can also reach out to the national institutes, because they are also allotted funds at the start of each financial year for not just implementing these schemes, but also for specifically for separate funds for the Northeast region of our country, and also for SC, ST, and OBC population. So as individuals and as organizations, we can always reach out to the nearest national institute or the CRC to also partner with them in such schemes and provide facilities and benefits under the scheme to persons with disabilities and their families. Now, every year on the occasion of International Day of Persons with Disabilities, that is the 3rd of December, DPWD confers a national award on individuals, institutions, districts, etc. for outstanding work that is done by them for empowerment of persons with disabilities. The national awards are given under 14 categories, namely Best Employee or Self-Employed Person with Disability, Best Employer or Placement Agency or a Placement Officer for Person with Disability, Best Individual and Best Institution Working for Person with Disability, a Role Model Award for different categories. All of these awards are offered in different categories of disabilities. So the Role Model Award again would be given to a person with intellectual disability, a person with hearing impairment, a person with visual impairment, so on and so forth. So then there is an award for outstanding work in creation of barrier-free environment for persons with disability. There is also a national award for the best district and best state who that has worked for empowerment and upliftment of persons with disabilities. There's also an award for outstanding creative adult with disability, an award for creative child with disability. Awards are also given to best braille presses across the country, best accessible website, which could be a website of a government organization or a private organization, best sports person with disability. So these are the categories of awards that are offered across different disability categories on each year on the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. This in turn helps in not just raising awareness, but also in improving the chances of, better social security measures at the community level. So this again is a scheme that most of the NGOs across the country don't really participate in. It is only individuals or bigger organizations that are availing such schemes. So it's essential that most of us have really best practices. A lot of the organization and individuals that we know are doing wonderful work. So it's imperative that we also take an initiative and kind of nominate them, nominate the individuals that are around us, nominate the organizations that are around us who are doing wonderful work and can be nominated in any of these categories, so that it brings them to a platform that helps us create not just role models for persons with disabilities and the field of disability rehab, but also helps us create sensitization and awareness in the community. And in the long run, it gives momentum to inclusion of persons with disability by showcasing their talents and achievements. So this is another one of the schemes that really gives momentum to social security aspect of Divyangjan and their family members. Now, apart from the DPWD and the statutory bodies under it, CBSE also offers a lot of exemptions and benefits. So at the Central Board of Secondary Education, being sensitive to the needs of students with disabilities, extends several exemptions and benefits and concessions as defined in the RPWD Act, and the guidelines for conducting examinations for persons with benchmark disabilities. They have formulated general exemptions and concessions and some specific exemptions that are categorized for each disability. So, but how do you avail those? You need to have a medical certificate that has to be obtained from a medical officer, not below the rank of an assistant surgeon for a government hospital. The request, along with the medical documents and concessions that are required, needs to be sent through the head of the institute in which the student is studying, and the person needs to duly recommend the required concession that is to be availed by the student with disability. This is just an few examples of the concessions that may be availed by different categories of students. So concession, exemption from studying third language up to middle school, that is class 8th. So there is also an option of taking permission of using an amanuensis or a writer, where the nominated amanuensis should be a student of a class lower than that of the examination being undertaken. The candidate has to pay the fee that is prescribed for the use of the writer to the board. However, the candidates with visual impairment or locomotor physical disability and cerebral palsy are being provided services of writer free of cost. Some of the few additional concessions include additional time for examination. After this, I would want to share the CBSE revised document that details out the different categories and the different exemptions and the concessions that are allowed at school education. There is additional time for examination. There is alternative types of questions in lieu of questions having visual inputs, specifically for children with visual impairment. For example, in geography and economics, there are a lot of graphs, there are a lot of images, there are a lot of pictures that may be used, or maps that may be used in examination. So for students with visual impairment, an alternative type of question is an option that can be taken by the student. Separate question paper for in enlarged print that may be used by students with low vision, or students, even students with cerebral palsy who may have low vision. Use of computers or typewriter for writing answers, permission to offer subjects like music, home science, etc. as an option. Apart from these, you may have seen and noticed that I'm not really you detailed out a significant, common portion that most of the uh, people talk about. So I just kept it for the very last slide, because those are something that most of people in professions that are working with persons with disabilities are already aware of. So I would briefly touch upon those as well. And more so because I'm not giving in specific details, but because as we discussed in the starting, that social security is a state affair. So across the country, different states may have different parameters for, be it rail and bus concession, be it concession in telecommunication services or pension amounts. So that's why I'm just giving out the names of the concessions that may be there, and you may have to identify or discuss with the district social welfare office of your state and identify the exact details of these concessions. So there is rail and bus concession, not just for person with disability, but also for the companion who may be helping the person with disability in travel. Uh, there is a concession on air travel as well. There's concession in telecommunication services. There is travel allowance facility. There's income tax rebate facility. There's reservation of jobs. There's educational stipend. There's inclusive education. Various states have, just like the Samadra Shiksha Abhiyan is going, so various states have taken several various measures of inclusive education. There is family pension. There is relaxation in the age of employment, and also reservation in jobs that we've already covered. Allow me to quickly share another document. If there are any questions, I'll be very happy to take those. So while I share, I would also be happy to address any query that may be there.
Delegates may unmute to ask your questions. You may ask or put in your questions in the chat box. Ma'am, I think we may continue and keep the questions to the end of the session.
Yes, please. I'll just quickly share the other screen.
Yes, ma'am. Take your time.
Is the screen visible, please?
No, ma'am. The document is not visible.
Allow me to reshare, please. Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Thank you.
Okay.
So this is a document that is released by, it is also, I'd be happy to share.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes,
Excuse me, delegates, please remain muted. Please mute your microphones. Please. Okay, ma'am, you shall continue. Thank you.
So on our screen is, I'll just quickly check someone is yet to unmute themselves. So what you see on your screen are the latest document of CBSE, which I'll be very happy to share with all of you, and probably I'll email the compendium of schemes as well along with this, so that the organizers can share both the documents with all the participants for a ready reference in future. I've also shared the presentation with the organization. So if you look at the general exemptions and concessions, specifically that have been, this was released specifically for class 10th and 12th board examinations. So it not just gives us an SOP for applying for the concession and schemes, but also the various categories of concessions and exemptions that are allowed. So the initial thing, if you look, it details out the medical certification requirements that are required for application. The facility of scribe and compensatory time is given, for each category of examination, for, examination that has a duration of 1.5 hours to an examination that has a duration of 3 hours. So from 30 minutes to 60 minutes is the compensatory time, or, that is permitted while someone is using a scribe, or while someone needs an additional time to give an examination. We'll be looking later at the different categories of disabilities that are allowed this exemption. So again, this is an SOP for the appointment of scribe and the related instructions. So the candidate has the discretion of opting his or her own scribe or reader, and may request the examination center for the same. For that purpose, the qualification of the appointed scribe should not be more than or equal to the qualification criteria of the examination. It should always be less than that. And the candidate is allowed to bring the own scribe, but the person has to apply for the candidate in a prescribed performer at least 2 days before the examination. The candidate must ensure that he or she has received an approval for the requested scribe. In case of an emergency situation, they also allow for a change of scribe or a reader. Therefore, the candidate initially is asked to provide multiple options for for the scribe, an alternate option of a scribe or a reader. And also they also offered option of different scribe for writing different papers specifically for languages. And it is on the center superintendent or the examination center that they should provide a suitable room for arranging the candidate for whom the scribe is allowed, because as we understand, the scribe would only write whatever the candidate or the student who's giving the exam, who's enrolled for the exam, so who he or she will be voicing out the answers and the scribe would be writing. So it would be very distracting and disturbing and unfair for the other people who are taking examinations. So it's the center superintendent or the center examination in charge of the institutes is that responsibility to ensure that a suitable room and facility is arranged for the candidate who is writing the examination with the help of a scribe. So these are few more general guidelines for which I would not want to go in detail, because let us quickly go to the exemptions that are given disability wise. So there's exemption from third language, there's flexibility in choosing subjects, there's alternate question or a separate question paper. But let's briefly and quickly look at this page now, where we here. So this is a summary of exemptions that is categorized disability wise. Is the whole screen visible to you, or is it zoomed into a particular?
No, ma'am. The whole screen is visible.
Okay, so are we able to look at the complete table?
Yes, ma'am. As you scroll.
Okay, because I was confused because I have zoomed in a lot here, so I thought you may be able to only see a part of it. So yeah,
No, ma'am.
So for physical or the locomotor disabilities, if you look at the screen, as per RPWD Act, there is leprosy cured people, cerebral palsy, dwarfism, muscular dystrophy, and acid attack victims under the category of physical disabilities. So we'll go on to sensory physical disabilities later, but this is the locomotor aspect. So if you look at these categories, the headings of the table, we see that there is flexibility in choosing subjects. So this is offered to all the categories of locomotor disabilities. There is relaxation in attendance on request. This again is an exception that is given to all these categories of locomotor disabilities. There's exemption in studying second language to all these categories of locomotor disabilities. Examination through computer is also again given to all these categories. Scribe and compensatory time in case of hand dysfunction is again given to all these 5 categories of locomotor disabilities. Examination room on ground floor, again a yes for everyone. In the subjects where practicals are involved, theory paper of the same marks can be provided as happens in case of visual impairment. Again, for many a times the person may not be able to access the physical lab or the practice undergo the practicum component of the exam, so that the theory paper of the same is given that weightage for these categories of disabilities. Of course, it has to be approved and demanded by the head of the institution. It is not only on the whims and fancy of the teacher or the student or the parent who may demand for such. It has to be reasonable accommodation for that particular disability, which needs to be approved by not just the teacher but also by the head of the institute. So permitting assistive devices during the exam, only for dwarfism it is not allowed, but for leprosy cured, cerebral palsy, muscular dystrophy, and acid attack victims, this exemption is given. Options of skill-based subjects is given to all these categories, and waiving of registration fees is not given to any one of these. Now, when we move to visual impairment is again divided into 2 subcategories, which is total blindness and low vision. And if we look at flexibility in choosing subjects, it is given to both the categories. The relaxation of attendance on request again is given to both categories. Exemption in studying second language is given to both categories. Examination through computer is a facility given to both categories. Scribe and compensatory time is given to both categories. Examination on ground floor, subjects where practicals are involved, theory paper of the same marks can be provided to both of these categories of visual impairment. Permission of assistive devices during exams with doctor's advice is given to fully to individuals with blindness. However, in case of low vision, it has been specifically limited to magnifying glasses and portable video magnifiers. Options of skill-based subjects is given to both the categories of visual impairment. Waiving of registration fees is again also given to both the categories of visual impairment from 9th onwards till 12th. Now, if we move to the sensory impairment of hearing impairment, it is subcategorized into deafness and hard of hearing. Now, the flexibility in choosing subjects, the relaxation of attendance, exemption in studying second language is given to both of these categories. However, the examination through computers is not given to the category of hearing impairment, both the categories of hearing impairment. Compensatory time, however, is given to both the categories along with the examination room on ground floor. The facilities extended to individuals with hearing impairment as well. Again, the practical subjects were required. The school in charge and the head of the institute can request for a waiver and demand for theory paper of the same weightage for individuals with hearing impairment. Then they're also permitted to use assisted devices during examinations, of course, with the doctor's prescription on it. They're also allowed to select skill-based subjects, but their fee waiver is not given to this category of disability. Now, the next category of physical disability is the speech and language disability. They are again given all the exemptions of choosing subjects, attendance, exemption from second language, facility of scribe and reader for compensatory time, a separate examination room on not a separate but an examination room on ground floor, permission to use assistive device during examination, and an option of skill-based subject. However, they're not given the facility and the flexibility of appearing examination through computers and also appearing taking exemption from practical examinations. They're not given that, and they're also not given the waiver of registration fees for examinations. Now, under the category of, although this document may look a little misleading, just like many people who've been debating and arguing and putting forth, recommendations of separately, specifically mentioning intellectual disability. But if we look at this table, even though here specifically in this column, intellectual disability is not specified, but please do understand that is there is a third line here. Let's all assume visually in our head. So this also includes intellectual disability, specific learning disability, and autism spectrum disorders. So all of these three categories of intellectual disabilities are allowed flexibility in choosing subjects. They're also given the relaxation in attendance on request of the head of the institute. They're also given exemption in studying second language. They're also allowed reader and adult prompters or scribes and compensatory time for all the three categories of intellectual disability. However, if we look at autism spectrum disorder, adult prompter is specifically given for that, which also is specifically allowed, must be allowed for intellectual disability. However, it is not allowed for specific learning disability categories. They're also given an option of taking an examination room on the ground floor, because most specifically when we talk of intellectual disability, many of them may have motor limitations. So they are given that preference. It is also extended to specific learning disabilities and autism as well. They're also given an option of skill-based subject, selection of a skill-based subject. However, all these three categories of intellectual disabilities as of yet are not allowed examination through computers. They also have to undergo the practical subjects that are involved in their studies. They're also yet to be allowed assistive devices during examination, and the waiver of examination registration fees is not extended to them. Another category of a disability is mental health disabilities, also known as mental behavior or mental illnesses. Again, the CBSE has been sensitive to provide them flexibility in choosing subjects along with opting for skill-based subjects. Attendance relaxation is also given to students with and they're also given an option of appearing examinations through computers. Reader, adult prompter, and scribe and compensatory time is also extended to them. They're allowed an examination room on the ground floor, but they're not allowed to take alternative practical theory subjects for their practical components, and they're not allowed assistive devices during examinations. And the waiver of the registration fee of examination is not extended to them. For the chronic neurological conditions and blood disorders, which includes multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's disease, hemophilia, blood disorders of hemophilia, thalassemia, and sickle cell diseases. They're allowed flexibility in choosing subjects, relaxation in attendance because of their medical conditions and the requirement of undergoing a lot of medical treatment and stay at hospitals. So thereby they're allowed attendance relaxation when a request is made. They're also allowed exemption in studying second language, and they've given the option of opting for skill subjects. They're allowed examination through computers. They're allowed examinations on ground floor. They're also allowed reader, adult prompters, scribes, and compensatory time for appearing examinations. All the categories of blood and neurological, chronically neurological conditions are given this facility. However, even though they are allowed assistive devices during the examinations, but they are not yet allowed for opting out of the practical components and taking a theory paper for the same weightage. And the registration fees for examination is also not waived off for them. Now, in the category of multiple disabilities, which includes deaf blindness, all the initial 5 or 6 exemption options, which includes flexibility in subjects and opting out of second language or choosing skill-based subjects, relaxation in attendance, examination through computers and scribe and compensatory time, along with an examination room on ground floor, are extended to persons with students with multiple disabilities, but they again are also not allowed to undertake theory paper of the weightage of the practical component of their course, along with there's yet to be an exemption or permission for assistive devices during examinations for them. And again, the fees is not waived off for them. However, there may be still, even though this may look a little unruly in terms of, permission of use of assistive devices and use of computers during examination. Isolated cases may require such exemptions. And if the teachers, the parents, and the school administration puts forth the requirement of the reasonable accommodation for the particular student, the board most certainly considers that request and allows and overrules their own rules and guidelines, and grants a special permission for that particular student. So always be mindful of, as teachers, of what we need and demand for our students, what would be fair, what would be best suited to accommodate the student in the examination. Now, this document also provides, the formats as per the SOP or that is developed by the CBSE. All the annexures are given as formats so that you have a ready template for demanding the exemptions. So the first one is kind of a cover letter where you write for availing exemptions for the student as per RPWD Act, wherein the parent initially requests, gives the credentials of their ward and request for the specific exemptions that may be granted to the child. Also, this may specifically be used by for applications of scribe, where you provide the details of the scribe along with the photo and the contact details and the qualification of, and also the Aadhaar card of the appointed scribe. This is a schedule of exemptions on when you need to, the timelines of when you need to apply for exemptions and facilities that are extended by CBSE. So in the middle column, you see the activities, and in the right column, you see the last dates that are ideally followed by CBSE and the schools. So so the concession, the school will need to prepare a list of persons with this students with disability, and they have right at the beginning of their academic sessions, they need to identify the students, and they need to identify, provide them a list of exemptions and concessions that are extended by CBSE during that academic year. And accordingly, the students and the teachers can look at the options that may be best suited for that particular child. So the students and parent make the request to the school for seeking exemptions and concessions during annual examinations with the requisite documents up to 7th July of each academic year. And the school will compile all of these requests in a prescribed format along with prescribed documents, and will send it to their regional office for their necessary approval, which will be latest by 15th of July. The regional office will then communicate if there is any deficiency in the applications that are extended within 21 days from the day of, from 15 July. So by 5th August is when the regional office communicates if there are any deficiencies in the applications that are received by them. The school will then communicate in case any deficiency is reported, the school will have to fulfill that deficiency and resubmit the applications to the regional office latest by 15th August. And by 25th of August, the regional offices communicate the approval of the applications, and then the school communicates the approval of CBSE to the students who had applied for exemptions by 30th of August. And this is schedule for forming the panel of scribes or readers or lab assistants for students with disabilities, specifically for class 10th and 12th, and more so specifically for the schools that are identified as exam centers. So they're expected to prepare a panel of scribes and readers and lab assistants for themselves as soon as they are appointed as an exam center. The center superintendents send this panel to their concerned regional offices for approval, and the approval is then communicated to them by the regional offices within 15 days of receipt of their applications. So this is the schedule of disabilities. I'll be very happy to share this with you. While I have one more document to share with you, I'm not too sure if anyone is listening or everyone has dozed off early in the morning, because I'm really boring you with all the facts and, because this is a very kind of a fact-based lecture. So I know it is not very interactive. I'll be very happy to take a few questions or any concerns that any one of you may have. Let me quickly look at the chat box, because I've been speaking for 1.5 hours and no one has said anything. Over 1.5 hours.
Ma'am, I think the delegates are taking time to process all the information.
I know it's too much fact-based and I can understand how boring it can be. So that's why I thought I'll try to interact.
The delegates, please feel free to put in your questions in the chat box, or you may just unmute and ask your doubts.
Chalo, since no one is asking questions, allow me to ask you a question. Right. So since this is a CRE program, I'm sure we have the maximum participants are already registered RCI professionals, and most of them may be either working in a mainstream school, be it private or a government setup. So out of these exemptions, specifically education related exemptions, when we talk about CBSE or any state board exemption, how many of us have availed so far any of these exemptions for our students? Maybe we can raise hands if we don't want to speak. Maybe we can write down in the chat box, whatever is comfortable to you. Would anyone want to share their experience of what were the difficulties that you faced while availing any such exemption? Chalo, I will share, the kind of challenges that we face as educators and as organizations. So many times what happens is parents and even at times educators ask for or demand for, I see Sister Alice raising her hand. Would you want to say something, Sister Alice?
Sister, please unmute and speak. Okay, sister.
Ma'am, I have a doubt.
You have. So was there any challenge that you faced while applying for the exemption?
Yeah, now the challenge you spoke about Prerna scheme.
Mm-hmm.
Is it available only for the disabled persons? Is it available for institutions also?
It is for institutions primarily. So any organization that is registered with under the National Trust Act can avail that facility.
Yeah, what is the criteria for that?
The primary criteria is one, registration with the National Trust Act, two, a society registration act that is minimum 2 years old, because you need to submit your audit reports and income tax submission reports along with annual reports. I can separately send you the detailed requirement if you want, but these are the primary criteria, and along with that you need to show how you need to showcase in your annual report how you are doing the work related to development and marketing of products that are developed by products and services that are given by persons with disabilities. So that's a primary criteria.
Yeah, ma'am, I would like to know more about it.
I'll be very happy to share, although the detail is very readily available on the National Trust website as well. It is called the nationaltrust.nic.in, and you can also seek details at DPWD website, which is disabilityaffairs.nic.in. But what I'll do is I'll be sharing the compendium of schemes with the Mrs. Bobby, and maybe I'll request her to share all these documents with all of you, so that's you can refer to them.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. So coming back to, we were talking about the exemptions and the CBSE or state board, exemptions that we may have applied for, the kind of challenges that we face as professionals or as organizations, I believe are, at times people want to take undue advantage of such a facility. At times the student really doesn't need that exemption, but just because we have arranged for a disability certificate or we have a connect with the head of the institute, we will try to give a undue advantage to our child by providing that exemption. So that's something that I keep telling all educators, that it's essential that, as soon as the child comes to us, while we are assessing the child for special needs, while we are trying to develop an IEP for the child, we must identify not just the challenges that the child may face while appearing a traditional examination system, and what are the things that we as teachers can develop in them, what are the skills that what is the skill set that we can give to the students, what are the skill set that we can train and build in the student, and what are the skill set that even if we do provide training, the child may have challenge. So those are two skills that we need to identify while assessing. And if the child is able, if the child is has the capacity of developing those skills with our input, let's not be lazy and not do our work, because at times what happens, we know the child has a certificate of benchmark disability, so he or she would get that benefit. So why do the hard work of, or why put the child through the labor of developing those skills, and let's just focus on the the other aspects, so which I think is unfair. So at times you may be approached by parents who are asking for unfair or unreasonable demands, and at times as teachers we end up being a little lazy, and or maybe because of all the additional work and responsibilities that we have as teachers, so we are forced to overlook that aspect. So but we need to be very careful and mindful of things that we can equip our child with to ensure that he is mainstreamed into the traditional system, and if required, what are the justified reasonable accommodations that he or she may need to to independently navigate through the traditional examination system. So once we are mindful of that, it would be very easy, and it would be fair not just for the other students as well, but also for our professional competence, that we deliver what we are there for. So it's essential that we identify while we have the child, while we're assessing the child for special needs, while we're preparing an IEP, let's also work on identifying skill set that we need to parallelly develop. Because what happens is, even if there is an option of, I'll give you another example, when we have an option of taking examination or using technology or using computer for appearing examination or typing an examination instead of handwriting, are we really taking out the time as special education teachers and including the skills and the concepts of making the child independent in using that technology or using computers to type? So because we get very focused on the subject knowledge, we have to complete the curriculum, we have to make the child learn mathematics, we have to make the child learn English, Hindi, Tamil, Malayalam, and whatnot, science and social studies and everything. So, but our focus kind of never goes to the aspects of the exemption, because at times even for the aspect of not just using a computer, are we, when we're not giving enough opportunities to practice the skill of typing, and suddenly at the time of examination if we are asking the child to type, would that be a fair advantage or an unfair advantage to the child? That we need to assess. Similarly, when we are opting the option of taking a scribe, are we really training the child on how to use the scribe, how to pair the examination with the help of a scribe? So we don't give sufficient practice opportunities, we don't give sufficient opportunities of engaging and practicing the skill of even if we take the exemption, so skill of using a scribe, skill of using computer, skill of typing an answer instead of writing, skill of using assistive technology. So those are components and things that we need to inculcate during our interaction with the students during an academic year. So yeah, sorry. So that's another thing that I strongly believe, that as teachers and as an organization, I know it's too much of work burden for educators. I understand that, being an educator myself, being a special education teacher myself, I understand that. But still, if we chart out and prioritize the tasks that, or the skills that we need to imbibe in our students, because that would really help them not just get into the mainstream of education and get into the mainstream of examination, traditional examination system, but also demand for genuine reasonable accommodation that the child may need. And at times what happens is another aspect of demanding for or asking for reasonable accommodations is, at times we are too shy. We think it is too much of labor. Why do we need to ask for all of these exemptions? That also should not be done. At times what happens is we assume that the administration of a school would not be willing to help. We assume that the it will be too much of paperwork. We assume it will take a lot of effort from our end only to travel to probably CBSE office or to take the application from one office to another. It's not the case. It is rather a very easy uh, process, but just we need to be mindful and be thoughtful of what we are demanding and when we are demanding, and just we need to go through the document that is available and in public domain on what is the standard operating procedure, what are the formats. If we just prepare the documents in the right way and we are demanding for the right adequate and appropriate reasonable accommodations that the student needs, then it's easy journey. All we need to do is be mindful of when to demand it and what to demand with. And for that, you can always, as a special education teacher, have a pool of uh, you know your own resources at the school. Be it, you can take the help from your school counselor, you can take the help from your school psychologist, you can take the help of your senior or a HOD of special education needs there. You can take help from your fellow special education teachers. And if you are the only special education teacher at your school, then you must feel the responsibility of taking the onus and taking it forward for all of the students at your school. So you just need to have an open dialogue with the head of the institute or the principal or anyone you're comfortable with, and share with them these documents, and they'll be very happy. Partner with the parents of students with special needs, ask them to also make written representations that will help take the decision making at the end of the administration. So these are few things that at times we've seen most of the student teachers, especially the fresh teachers who are recruited at mainstream schools, because this is again is a area that unfortunately is not a part of our teacher training programs.
Ma'am, are you there? I think that's a technical error. The speaker will be joining us back in a minute. Delegates, please wait and relax. ഓണക്കാണ്. We will wait for the speaker to join us back in a minute. Delegates, we are trying to reach the speaker in a minute. Please wait.
I'm really sorry, I think the microphone connected. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are now audible.
I'm really sorry. I
It's
think
okay, ma'am.
the Wi-Fi kind of ditched me during.
We totally understand.
So yeah, so as I was saying, since these concepts and these this is a skill training aspect that we as teacher training organizations, because of lack of curricular hours that we have in hand for the syllabus that is appointed by RCI to us, these are certain skills that while we are training and preparing our teacher trainees and special education teachers, these are skills that are not part of their curriculum. So we as educators, we as teacher training institutes also, if possible, need to give them an exposure of such skills. And so so the fresh set of educators that go into mainstream education are not hesitant in taking initiatives at the organizations that they're working with. So I'm very thankful that Sneha Sadan continually, annually takes such initiatives and ensures that their teacher training trainees also participates in such events, so that they're very well equipped before they move on to the to their career field and take forth the the work of a special education teacher in their hand. So I would now want to take a few questions if possible. Can't be that we've understood everything, right? There may be some doubts, there may be some query in your mind, so please feel free to discuss.
Hi, ma'am.
Yes, please.
If a student writes exam using these exam benefits in 10th or 12th board exam, my question is these students got the same concession while doing the degree courses?
In higher education, you mean?
Yeah.
Now, UGC monitors the higher education aspect. So the CBSE norms and the guidelines and the exemptions are really not applicable in higher education. Even if the college is private, now there is enabling unit at each of the universities and colleges. So they do form and rules and regulations and the kind of exemptions that can be undertaken, even though the option of scribe is definitely there. The option of extra time is definitely there. So the option of having an accessible room for appearing examination is definitely there. The option of use of assistive technology is definitely there for examination. Along with that, there are reservations, as we discussed, for higher education for persons for taking admissions. So and also taking recently I was part of one of the committees of that was the frame, if you look at the UGC website, the document is already uploaded. There is a foundation of Javed Abidi, who was a famous person with disability, who was an advocate, disability advocate, who passed away a few years ago. So the foundation had, thanks to the pandemic, they saw all the barriers that persons with disabilities were facing during online education. So they had filed a petition in the Supreme Court demanding not just school education system, but also university and UGC to take initiatives for ensuring access and accessibility for online education of persons and students with disabilities. So for that purpose, we have framed out a lot of parameters, a lot of things that for not just examination system, but also for in generic on campus activities of a university or a college that should be, and how it can be made accessible, and the steps that the colleges and universities need to take. So that document at present is on UGC website for in public domain for public inputs for a few more days. After that, it will be submitted, revised and submitted to the Supreme Court, who would then take out directives for UGC and colleges, to take immediate action, and it will outline the actionable steps that the university needs to take. But yeah, to answer your question again, the similar options are there in examinations of higher education, be it at graduate or postgraduate or even higher level, but it is not the same document that is applied, because CBSE is primarily applied to school education and the UGC document is applicable for higher education. So, and the details are available. It is still under revision. So at present, the only, it was in the hands of the equal opportunity cells and the enabling units that were formed at college and university levels, who were case by case deciding on the recommendations and the exemptions that can be provided to a particular student with disability. Unfortunately, because we don't see a lot of people with students with disabilities in our higher education setup as of yet, so that's why it was decided at case to case basis. They had formed a committee at college and university level in the name of enabling unit and equal opportunity cell, and that committee was deciding. That committee had people from outside the university and people, disability experts from various sectors, and also academicians from different subject areas. So that committee used to study the case, look at the demands that are being made by the student, and accordingly approve or disapprove or provide required reasonable accommodation for examinations. So, but now with UGC document coming in place, with the Javed Abidi Foundation public interest litigation, we're hopeful that it will be a standardized and uniform rule that can be given, that can be released by DPWD and UGC together. So yeah, I hope that addresses your query. Are there any other questions?
Ma'am, I would like to ask something.
Please.
Ma'am, in a percentage, how much do you think people with disabilities and their caretakers are aware of these concession and benefits?
It would be difficult for me to give you a percentage since I've not really conducted a survey as of yet. But it varies at, if we are talking about a city or if we're talking about a rural place. So cities and metro cities, the awareness is much higher because of them being able to access social media, them being able to use digital technology to maybe search for the facilities. However, even if they may be aware, they are the ones who usually not very don't really come forward to avail a lot of facilities. Most of them, because they're financially well settled, so they avoid taking the burden of all the paperwork and going forward with. If we talk about in general, all the schemes and facilities that are available. I'm not in particular talking about educational exemptions and concessions. So in general, since most of the families, those that are well settled and financially stable, they avoid getting into the task of availing facilities, although they do. Selected few schemes are their favorite. For example, the scheme of overseas education funding, the scheme of scholarship for education. These are schemes that they usually opt for, and they don't really care about the pension or the travel discount that they're getting, or any other form of legal guardianship or things like that, because they are financially more or less stable and they have this setup. But when we talk about the rural setup, unfortunately, even though with Digital India we have and a technology in everyone's hand, and everyone has a smartphone now, but still, since most of these websites and most of these platforms that have information about different disability schemes are in English language, so a lot of rural population is not really able to get their hands on accessing this information in their regional languages. So that is one reason why they are relatively more unaware of the existing facilities and schemes. But the ones that do get associated with the composite regional centers and the national institutes, those are the beneficiaries that are 100% accessing a lot of available facilities and schemes for their ward. So even though they may not be directly aware of the processes or the available schemes, the national institutes and the CRCs and the regional centers help them get those facilities. Similarly, it's not just the government sector, but also the NGO sector in the rural areas, working in the rural belt. They also help facilitate such schemes to persons with disabilities and their families. But again, I'm not really able to pinpoint and give you an answer of how much percentage of people are aware. The data is over the years have improved. The percentage has definitely increased, but the quantum of percentage, I may not be able to pinpoint as of now.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. And what do you think the awareness should begin? Like, are there enough strategies employed by the government, but they are not being carried out effectively? Or is there a shortage in the strategies employed by the government itself to make it aware to more people about these benefits and, concessions? Because as you speak, most of the being a special education student have worked in this field, even I haven't heard of most of this. It's too much information, and I cannot thank you enough for sharing so much information, because the effort and time it would take to sit and gather so much information, I can imagine. And thank you so much for that. So where do you think the awareness should start? How to bring it to more people?
Right. See, even though government, maybe I come from an NGO sector, if I strongly believe and strongly feel that even though the government is taking initiatives with Accessible India campaign, the scale at which the Accessible India campaign was launched at and is still being implemented, or even the quantum of finance and the funds that they spend each year towards these schemes is very commendable, and they do take initiatives in public-private partnership with NGOs and other agencies to take these schemes forward. But I strongly feel that let's not rely on others. Whatever the status is as of now, let us resolve and take a pledge that I will take this forward, and I will take the initiative of ensuring that how many people come in my contact, I will try to tell them about these schemes, and I will try to make sure that the students that I am working with, I make their parents aware, their siblings aware, and I try to get them the benefits of the schemes and concessions that are available, because word of mouth is the best way to spread the word. So even though the government has separate AGP policy and awareness generation policy itself. And annually they spend a huge amount of money in ensuring that the masses are made aware about all the schemes. But still, a lot needs to be done. We need to use media. We need to use TV and radio and all other social media platforms to ensure that the information reaches the masses, because at present it kind of stays in the book, kind of stays within the community of disability professionals, and it doesn't really go out to general public. So it needs to go out to general public as well, so that they are also aware of someone in their community and they can help the person get that assistance. So we as professionals and as teacher trainees as well as upcoming teachers, let us try, in this 3-day conference, let us try and take a pledge and take an initiative of ensuring that, all of us are using social media. We're using Instagram, we're using Facebook, we're using WhatsApp. So let's make sure that, let's have an assignment of every Saturday or every Sunday. I'll share one post about one, write up about one scheme that is currently being offered in my district, and I'll try to go to the website and probably I know my students and my parents that I deal with are not very fluent in English, so I'll take the effort of translating that scheme component and the scheme details in my regional language and share it with the parents or share it in a social media platform, so that others are also able to benefit from it. So because as I said, a lot of data is already available on internet. It's just the access of language. At times it really that's the problem that people face. So let's try and translate those, and let's try and prepare small little posters about schemes that are available or about contact details of the government offices or address on the email of that particular office. Just small little poster with basic details. This is the facility that is available. This is the office where you need to go. So if we have small little posters like that in our own regional languages and we circulate with our student groups, with our trainees, let's all the trainees come up with such posters as assignments and share it with the community. Now with COVID restrictions being uplifted, they can circulate such pamphlets in the community and generate more awareness. So let's all take our own initiatives at our end, and I'm sure it will reach out the masses very soon if all of us together take responsibility of our immediate environment and ensuring that we ensure everyone around us is aware. Then slowly it is going to very quickly spread throughout the country, because we have a huge pool of special education teachers now in our country.
Yes, ma'am. As I think that's a great idea, and all of us should start doing it. Thank you, ma'am. Delegates, are there any more questions before we end the session? Are there any more questions? You may ask your question or leave it in the chat box. Ma'am, I think that's it.
I think everyone is looking forward to their health break now.
Delegates, can you all please switch on your video before the session, and so that we can post for a group photo? Please switch on your videos.
I don't know what the volunteer said. On mute.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for sharing so much information. Thank you for answering all the questions. Thank you so much, ma'am. Hope to see you again. Thank you. Have a good day, ma'am. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. See you
Uh,
sometime again.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. Thank you so much.
Can I exit now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
Have a good day. All the delegates, please note that now we will be adjourning for the break. All the delegates are requested to join back at 1 p.m. IST for the next session of the day. Delegates, please switch off your microphones. All the delegates, please make sure that your microphones are switched off. Okay, thank you. So, delegates, please note that now we'll be adjourning for the break. After the break at 1 p.m. IST, you're requested to join back for the next session of the day, which will be led by Mr. Anthony MP, Consultant for Social Development at K. Chittilapalli Foundation, Kerala. And the session will be on PWD Acts and Protection Rights for Persons with Disabilities. So all the delegates, now a Google evaluation form will be sent to you, which you will have to fill and send back by 1 p.m. IST. So please make sure to fill the form and send it back by time. You may leave the meeting for the break now, and please make sure that you join back at time. Thank you. Dear delegates, welcome back to the second session of the day one of the 3 days international webinar series on social security and legal aspects in disability rehabilitation, organized and conducted by Sneha Sadan College of Special Education, Angamaly, in collaboration with Rehabilitation Council of India. Delegates, make sure to send back the filled Google evaluation forms at the earliest. Also reminding all the delegates to keep your microphones muted throughout the session. Please be ready with your questions at the end of each session. To lead the session, we have Dr. MP Anthony, Consultant for Social Development at K. Chittilapalli Foundation. Dr. Anthony has received many awards in the national and international levels for his works in the field, like the recognition of contribution to social welfare and social development by International Council on Social Welfare, and certificate for appreciation for practicum instruction from School of Social Work, University of Washington in 2009. He has taken trainings in study programs from Japan and Hong Kong, and is also trained from different government departments and agencies. He has served as the State President of Indian Council of Social Welfare, Kerala, as the Chairman at Institutional Committee for Ethics in Research, Government Ayurveda College, Tripunithura, Kerala. He is a member of Childline Coordination Committee, Government of Kerala, District Child Protection Committee, Ernakulam, and has been serving as the National Convener for ICSW, Indian Subcommittee for Child Rights and Adoption, Kerala. He was the HOD for Center for CSR and Development Innovation, Rajgiri College of Social Science. With his educational background in Masters in Social Works, Masters in Economics, PG Diploma in Corporation and Rural Studies, Bachelor's in Law, and a PhD in Social Works, he's the right person to lead this session. I'm delighted to invite Dr. M.P. Anthony to take over the session. Sir, welcome.
Thank you so much for introducing me in a right way.
Thank you,
I am
sir.
very much
My
privileged.
pleasure.
I'm very much privileged to be part of this international webinar.
So
and
are
I'm
we.
very thankful. I'm very thankful to the principal and as well as HOD for inviting me to be part of this webinar. And I am, as she was mentioning, I was working in the field of social work for the last 4 decades. So I had a lot of experience in social work, especially in disability area also. So maybe the what way I would like to share with you is to give you an overview on the PWD Act as well as some concerns that we all should bear in our mind while working for the people with the disabilities. So my presentation will start. So I request you to screen the PPT which I had shared with the Bowie madam.
Yes,
so that I can.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give us a minute. Yes, sir. We are sharing it right here.
So my presentation would be much focused on the rights and entitlements. When I was working on child rights, when I was a member of the Child Rights Commission, that time I was very much concerned on how it evolved, how all these acts evolved. So when I was looking behind, I could find that the UN, that's the body which were behind all these acts which are updated today. So when we look at the disability scenario, what we would see that in 2016, as a follow-up with the International UN Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities held in 2006, we have modified, we have developed our act into a full-fledged one at par with the International Convention. So when we go through that, the act very much focusing or telling us that the PWD should enjoy the right to equality. So when we look at the society, when we involve and live in the society, we could see there are discriminations. There are discriminations on PWDs. That is why the UN Convention, which spoke on telling that the people with the PWD should have right to equality. They should be given a life with dignity, and they should represent for his own or her own integrity equally with others. So that's the question. It's a question which we are very difficult for us to follow. Equally with others, how it is possible? So the Act, the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, again telling us that there should be included in all areas of life. There shall be special consideration for consideration for their employment, their education, their health, and so on. So the family, the community, wherever they are, they should be given equal treatment. They shall have the facilities, especially when we look at around us. We would say that there are certain infrastructure which are having facilities for disabled to get in. There are many institutions and buildings which don't have the facilities to take care of the people with disabilities. So this is something which I have noted in my life, and I advocated at many places, especially I am working with many of the local self-governments. So wherever I go, wherever I am consulted for their projects and developments, I tell them, you must have provisions for the disabled. You must see that the UN Assembly spirit of the catchphrase that inclusion, dignity, equality. This shall be the message. This shall be the message that we should bear in mind. So there are many countries which ratified it. India also ratified the UN Convention. UN Convention India ratified in 2007, October 1. Next slide. So that means, ratified means, next slide please. Ratified means India agrees with the views of the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disability. That means we are ready to go along with the world trends. So there are countries which are advanced, there are countries which are behind. So we could see this disparity in our world. So whichever countries which have ratified or signed this treaty, or they tried this UN convention, they should follow. That's the spirit. This spirit I really experienced when I was working with the children. When the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child in 1989 ratified by Government of India in 1992, there onwards people like us are behind it to see that act or that convention spirit is included in our Indian policies and programs. Similarly, when these 184 countries worldwide ratified this, means this number of states and countries agreeing to the spirit of the UN CRPD. So the UN CRPD is not a small thing. It's an international convention. It's a spirit on which all the countries working together for the benefit of the for the entitlement of the PWDs. So we should see that this act really helped India to develop ourselves the earlier act into a new one. So there is an error in the spellings. So you can understand that the RPWD Act 2016 was replaced by the previous act, which was there in existence. So this whole spirit we imbibed out of it was to see that the people, they have the rights, they have the entitlements. Earlier, the concept, the approach of the government officers, the ministries and the departments is that we should give some special care to this disabled, the people with disability. So there a new change, attitudinal change, conceptual change that occurred through the new act. So the new act have 17 chapters. So the 1995 Act have only 14 chapters. Here you see there are 3 more chapters added. There were only 122 sections, 74 sections there. Now there are 102 sections there to tell about the whole aspects of giving entitlement and rights to the people to live with dignity. So the dignity, equality, what I was mentioning earlier, that should go along with the policies. We all speak very much on the dignity of the people. If we don't have a program, if we don't have a plan, if we don't have a policy, then there won't nothing happen. So the government, whenever the government this act enacted, the government took a new spirit to look into the disabled issue, sector. So in the new act, there's a major change also occurred. There were only 7 types of disabilities in the earlier act of 1995. So there are, 14 more added. So the next table gives you an idea. The first things, the blindness, low vision, LOW, not LAW, it's LOW, low vision, the leprosy cured persons, hearing impairment, these all were there. in the earlier Act, the 7 sections. But there are few more added, where these 3 blood disorders, like the thalassemia, sickle cell disease, hemophilia, these were included. Because later, when the government's working on the disability issue, the government could find these all matters which makes people to be disabled or to not to function as such as a normal person. So the government thought this should be included. Then autism spectrum disorder, cerebral palsy, muscular dystrophy, so many other areas on which our science has founded these all creates disability to the people. So these were also added on. Even then, there were a lot of news in the media saying that there were acid attack. So the acid attack victims, they also become part of the new act, as per new act under the PWDs. The Parkinson's diseases, they also were included. So that means a total of 21 categories of disabilities are part of this act. Even there are because there are so many other categories of people, they are asking for me to be included under this. The government is examining on it, and government may come up with new additions later. But for the time being, for our understanding, these are different categories of the PWDs listed in our Act of 2016. So we should be very familiar telling that these 16 categories of persons shall be given a special attention because they are vulnerable. The women and children are called to be vulnerable. The physically challenged are considered to be the vulnerable. So the persons with a disability, they are vulnerable. So there are definitions also in the Act which speaks on. There are definitions on the Act. The Act also, when we go to the different acts, National Central Act or state rules and all that, we can observe there are a lot of classifications or bifurcations of the chapters and sections which tells in details what all it means. So whenever go to the Juvenile Justice Act, there are portions which tells about the words and its meanings, definitions and all that. There are also the principles added on to the chapter 2 there in that act. Similarly, in this PWD Act, new RPW, because here rights are given more focus. That's why rights of persons with a disability, RPWD Act, RPW, rights of persons with a disability. So much importance is given to the rights, the entitlements of the people. So here there is a definition which you all may be familiar with that, but I would like to read it again here. The definition of PWD in chapter 1, section 2 tells like this. Person with a disability means a person with a long term. There is a specific, focus on it. Long term physical, mental, intellectual or sensory impairment, which in interaction with the barriers hinders his full and effective participation in society equally with others. So there are certain clarity on what all to be included or what all to be considered. So it speaks on the physical part, it speaks on the mental part, it speaks on the intellectual or sensory impairment. So it also to be intact with the barriers or the hinders of his full and effective participation in society. So normal people, they involve in the society actively with their full and effective participation. But persons with a disability, they have limitations on involving in, or the people in the society, they many a times, they keep them away from such inclusion. So the Act in the definition says that they shall be given full participation. They shall not be given a half participation, it shall be full participation. It shall be effective participation. It's not just like, inviting them and sitting on the chair. No. They should be given active roles. The people should be with a disability which shall be given all the rights and entitlements like other citizens in the country. They shall not be treated as specific category. They shall be treated as normal as others. So this spirit is very different. And chapter 2, section 4.1 emphasizes on the issues of women and children with disabilities. Because in our society, when we look into the society from our traditional life and all that, so we could see that the children are given less importance. The women are given less importance. The children, why the children? They don't have votes. They don't have I mean, even very recently, when I had an experience of working with the government in the planning board. When the planning board, I mean, announced or planning board issued its first draft guideline on the 14th plan, I could observe that the children are not very much focused there. The question I raised before them, is it because they don't have votes? So the women similarly, the women now in Kerala, the women are united. Women are much more empowered. But there are states, even in Kerala, there are places where women still to be in a slavery condition. Women are not supposed to come in front of the house. Women are not supposed to sit along with the husband. So there are still discriminations which are seen around us. So the government, through the act, looks into a world where the women, the children who are also who are disabled shall also have equal rights and equal representation and equal participation in the societal matters. So there are these considerations to be, I mean, acted upon. When I am dealing with a physically disabled person, if it's a child, I should not, I mean, keep him away or her away from my effort or my support scheme. I should see that children also to be involved, incorporated, included in the scheme like the other gentleman, the other adult. So the children shall be given importance in the programs and projects. That's the way it is very much emphasized and highlighted there. When we look into chapters 9, previous slide please. Chapter 9, section 6, the government comes up with a lot of new committees, boards, and systems in place. Even if the government was trying from very beginning to see that there are provisions, there are schemes to take care. When I was a student for social work, I was taken to Chennai as part of my field visit. We were taken to a physically, and mentally disabled care home. So there I could see that citizens, our fellow beings, our brothers and sisters, they are not given a mat, they are not given a neat dress. They were treated like, a room where it is not even cemented. So that day I felt very disturbed. So I felt that they are my brothers, they are my sisters. Why the government treats them like this? So when I passed my MSW, then I started working on the different schemes and activities. I was keeping a special place to the disabled, the people with the disability in my work. I was seeing that they are considered like my brother. They are considered like my sister. Whatever help, even if it's a deaf person, if That's why when I started the sponsorship scheme at Rajagiri College, when I was part of it, so my focus was very much on the people with a disability, especially the children. So such children, if they are deaf, they are, blind, physically challenged, that time they are not sent to schools. So that time I was going to the villages and finding out such children and inspiring the parents, motivating the parents and children to go to schools. When the new act came in the education field, the Act, Right to Education. So that act came in. There were a lot of amendments in the education facilities for children. You could see that there's, inclusive education program adopted under SSA. But when I am talking about 1980s or 1990s, that time this was not in place. Nobody could see these children of that age of 6 or 8 or 9 age, they go to schools. There were not that much effort from the government side to take them to the schools. Always thinking that it is better to keep the children at home rather than to schools. But later, we found that it is not right from the point of view of the children. From the point of view of the persons with disabilities, they shall also be brought to the schools. So the SSA scheme and all that, have provisions for that. There were inclusive education. There were, a lot of efforts to give the fellow students to be concerned about their facilities. The RAM system in the schools came in. The RAM system in the panchayats came in. So slowly, the changes happened. Similarly, the UN Convention that made our government of India to think in favor of the rights of people with disability. So there is a state advisory board instead of the state coordination committee, because there was a state coordination committee in the 1995 Act, but in the new Act, it is told that in place of that, there should be a state advisory board. And in the state advisory board, it was given a serious mention. It is given a serious mention that it shall be a small coordination, it shall be a committee with the minister in charge. Dealing with the disability matters be there as chairman. The minister of state in charge of disability matters, if appointed in states, they shall also be part of the committee. Secretaries of governments, departments dealing with disability matters, they shall also be part of it. Then, apart from that, this is an issue of 2% plus population of a state. So the people's representatives in the legislative assembly, they should be also part of this advisory board. So 3 legislative members to be elected from the legislative MLAs. So that way they are also part of the new
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Your voice is breaking in between.
My voice break. Is it a network problem? I don't know. I can
Yes, sir.
try my best to see that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You may continue.
Okay. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. Similarly,
Yes, sir. Sorry, I think it's the network issue here. Sorry, sir.
There?
Sorry.
Is it?
Yeah, you're clear now, sir. You may continue.
Section 72A, it again, so when we look at the issues, when we look at the matters or anything, if there needs to have a policy change. If there needs to have new programs, then systemic corrections are required. That's why in the new act proposes changes in the structure. That's why this is report. At the district level, when we look at the state government on the rights of the persons, they are not disqualified, they are not equally. That should not happen. The government should ensure that different schemes or different systems in place for that. So equality, that is very important. Equality is very important. Even our constitution provides that rights to us. But that is so what I should do, I don't know. Voice is not clear.
Yes, sir, it's breaking in between.
Pardon?
Your voice was breaking in between.
In between, so maybe.
Can you please check your connection, sir?
So my connection is, full like that. So
Okay, sir, now it's clear.
Very strong it is.
Yes, sir, now it's clear.
Yeah, maybe somewhere something. This, I'm not very much, with the technical part. I shall try.
Thank you, sir.
So, clear? Now clear?
Sir, yeah, yes, sir, you're clear. You're loud and clear.
So the persons with disabilities, they should be able to live like other normal people. So the persons with the disabilities, that's last sentence there in this slide is like, shall have the right to live in the community. The earlier, the issue which we found, we were separating them from the community. So here, it is very much highlighted that they should live along with the community. If I have a brother or sister with the disabilities, I should keep them with me. I should see that they come up in life. They enjoy the life. Instead, we should not think of, we should never think of taking them to an institution. This is with the elderly also. So you see, I'm working with on that subject also. So when I was going to such discussions and meetings, many times, some of the experts there, they recommend for starting new institutions for the elderly. So I fight there. I tell them that these seniors, our parents, they have developed our state. They have developed all these institutions in our state, our country, the world. They shall be with their children, their families. They shall not be separated. That's the best life, best life that we can provide to them. as our gratitude. Similarly, when there were efforts in the child sector, I mean, these children's institutions number have become 2,000 around in Kerala. That time I was a member of the State Commission for Protection of Child Rights. When we evaluated, assessed the situation of children's homes in the state of Kerala, we found that many of the institutions offering the child care is in a very poor conditions. We need not have such institutions for children. It is ultimately the responsibility of the parents to take care of the children. So if the parents having any difficulty of taking care of the children, they should adapt to the new schemes like the foster care, the adoption, or the sponsorship. If sponsorship means receiving resources from other side, from the government or the individuals or the CSR funds, so that the children's education without break they can continue. Similarly, yesterday I was watching a small video prepared by the District Child Protection Unit of Ernakulam. It speaks on if the mother becomes sick and nobody there to take care of the child, the first option we should think of is the foster care. So similarly, this act is very much on non-institutional approach instead of institutional approach. We need to have institutions which provides expert service to build up the intellectual capacity, the sensory capacity and all that in the people with a disability. But we should not take them to institutions to keep them there as a permanent place for their living. We should not allow, we should see that they also have the right, like other people, like everybody, to live in the families, live in the societies, and see around the benefits of the society. Next slide, please. So what I am trying to give you from the Act is a breakthrough in our traditional or seasoned approach towards the people with physical disabilities. So it speaks on if it is not right from anybody's side to mistreat the people with a disability, to humiliate the people with a disability. If anybody does that, they are punishable. Not only punishable, they are punishable with imprisonment. So that type of an approach that is expected to change the attitude of the society. That's the way the government looks at it. The government, when looked at the employment aspects, the government felt that the governmental, employment is very limited. But even then, in the employment sector, the government decided to provide 4% as a quota for the physically disabled. Earlier it was 3%. When I was associated with KRBA, Kerala Institute of Physically Affected at Angamaly, I was a member of the board. I was looking into the courses which are for the people with a disability. There are multiple disability people, but seeing that they are getting full opportunity there to grow as capable citizens to undertake jobs. Some of them very expert in making umbrellas. Some of them very expert in binding books and all that. Some of them very good in DTP. So every person, office or sales, so they were training them and they were given opportunity to be employed. Initially not with the government, but initially with the private sector. Even the Rajagiri institutions appointed them in the places where they can provide service. Telling the society these physically, people with the physical disability shall be given opportunity to live like others. So that approach I appreciated very much, and I was also a person spoke for that. I was also, involved in the Paralympic competitions in the Ernakulam district state program, as well as for conducting or representing or delegating the group of people at the national and the international level. I remember the day when I met with Mr. Joby Matthew, who was the world champion in arm wrestling and all that. You may be knowing him personally. So he worked with me. He's a good friend of mine. So I was always very, admiring the hard work that he did so far to achieve that medals and all that at the international level. He is doing a lot of hard work. He's employed with a public sector company now. But even then, as a person with a disability and as a person with a lot of other needs to live in the society, I do think that he has to be supported in a large way by the governments, by the public and society. Because he needs to have a house to live in. He has 2 children. He needs to send them to schools. There are, people who are given support by the government to a limited extent, maybe as a lottery ticket agent, maybe to run a petty shop, maybe to run a small, entrepreneurship program. Even that units don't fetch them a decent life. That's my feeling on that. Because these persons shall be given comparatively better facilities and better economic support than the normal situations. When I was doing a research study on the people with the disabilities in Alapi district, where this Kayangulam project is being run by the government of India. So in the adjoining panchayats of 6, that Kayangulam, that project area, when I did that study, I could see that many of these people, they were complaining, sir, we got a bicycle last year, this year also we are getting. So is it possible to get a motorized cycle for us? That's the question they were raising. Some of them telling that we were getting this facility and that facility, but we are not satisfied with that, because every year the service clubs or the block panchayat or the gram panchayat or district panchayat, they distribute a lot of equipments and vehicles for their well-being. But they demanded at that time, saying that we are getting this, but we don't need every year these items. There are certain items which we are using needs to have repair. Why don't you tell the company people under their CSR project to have a repairing unit for us, sponsored by them, so that we can take this equipment there and to repair it, get it repaired. When we presented to them, they said it is impossible from that point of view, because they have provisions to give new. So this is the situation. Actually, the felt need of these people are not very much taken into consideration by the different governmental as well as the other private agencies. They consider that being a person with disability, we can give them lesser wages. We need not give them a full wage. That type of feeling there. So the courts are proposed the acts because there are discriminations. There are many type of discriminations and forms. There are sexual abuse cases. There are harassment. There are, exploitation by way of the private sector, the wages. So these are even the legal rights of the properties. So the government ultimately thought that a provision for a special court in each district, this will help him. But still, we need to look at when it will happen. Because these special courts in each district takes a lot of resources. The government are considering, but not yet. Not in place. That's my understanding on that. Every child with a disability gets free education from the age of 6 to 18. That's another feature which are very much in the act. We know education is a basic year-old law. My childhood, I studied in a government school, I studied in government high school. So, though I always
Excuse me, sir. I think that's a technical error. Delegates, please wait until the speaker rejoins. Delegates, please make sure that you type it in the chat box when the speaker's voice is breaking in between so that we may know and inform the speaker. Delegates, please remain muted. We are trying to get connected with the speaker. Thanks for your patience, delegates. We are trying to connect with the speaker. He will be joining the meeting in a minute. Dear delegates, thanks for your patience. The speaker is facing some connectivity issues. He's trying to reconnect.
എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒന്ന് പറയുന്നോ പറഞ്ഞത് തവളെ കാണിക്കാൻ തവളെ കാണിച്ചു ചിരി തന്നെയല്ലേ എല്ലാം ചെയ്തു.
Delegates, please mute your microphones. Please remain muted. While the speaker tries to reconnect, the delegates can put in your questions in the chat box so that we can discuss it after the session. Please feel free to ask your questions. We encourage all delegates to ask your questions or please type it in the chat box.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're loud and clear. Thank you for rejoining, sir.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So
You may
I
continue.
was talking on the facilities for children for education. So did you hear about my experience of working with children with blindness in Malappuram?
No, sir. Your connection lost in between.
In between. So I was talking about my experience of working with children with blindness in Malappuram district for a scheme which is called Aflatun. Aflatun Social and Financial Education Program, where we were, focusing on inclusive education, we were focusing on child rights and all that. So that time, we were covering around 300 schools in Malappuram district. And in that time, and we found out this school for children with blindness. So when we approached this school, they said that our children they can listen to your speeches, but how they can read and understand about the full spirit of the scheme that we are talking about. Then we said we have books published in Malayalam with all drawings and that details. So we were requesting the teachers whether any of them can translate that text into Braille. The teachers volunteered and they did that work, and then we shared that documents to the children who were studying in their schools. Later they understood the spirit of the scheme and they joined on the scheme and they were part of the scheme. Otherwise, they would have been excluded from the program. Later, the same thing that we so the same experiment we did in Trivandrum. So this all says that there are schemes for children of normal situations. The same scheme that can be converted are applicable to these children with disabilities. So that's the spirit I am talking about. So when we have that spirit in your heart and mind, whenever a new scheme comes to you, you would think from the point of view with the children with the disabilities. That's my experience. That's why I'm sharing this experience. I could have avoided, I need not have looked into, but my, experience and my commitment that made me to think in favor of that children to be part of this team. So I am requesting those who are listening to me, when you become responsible officials and all positions, you should think in tune with the needs and demands of these children. That's why I'm sharing. So these district level committees which are proposed under the new PWD Act, why it is proposed? The basic reason is that the local bodies, the local issues of PWDs can be dealt better at the district level committee. Instead of it going to the state level or the national level systems, it is better to be addressed at the local level. So the governmental bodies, you know, at the national level, national government, and at the state level, the state government, at the district level, the district government, district administration, as well as district panchayat, at the corporation level, the municipal corporations, at the municipalities they are on their side, and the village panchayats, gram panchayats, and the block panchayats. So wherever the programs and projects designed and proposed for the people with disabilities, the people developing that project should have a understanding on the various matters that are concerned for the development of this category of people. Even last week, when the Asutana Samiti meeting or the planning committee meeting of one of the panchayat in which I am part of that panchayat. So I was specifically telling them we should have very clear program for the entrepreneurial development of these people with physical disabilities. There shall be groups of, associated people who work together and develop some products which can be sold out under the name banner of the Gram Panchayat. So this was the recommendation I was giving. Why I am giving? I am giving because I want to see that are you hearing me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You're clear,
Yes,
sir. You may continue.
So that's the issue about the local committees or the district level or the panchayat level committees to look at. Then there is a missionary at the state level, you know, a commissioner for the people with the disabilities. Like the committee which I was part of it, the Commission for Protection of Child Rights, there is a commission at the state level for the disabled. The state disability commissioner earlier don't have that much powers, but presently they are having a lot of powers. Earlier also powers, but they were not using it properly. The thing that when I was a student, I was a youth, that time I was listening to an election commissioner, TN Sheshan. Till then, I was not listening the name. I was not heard about any names of any election commissioners. But when he became an election commissioner, the thing that he made the society aware of the position of an election commissioner. So similarly, now we have one district judge, retired district judge, Sri Punjab Keshan, as the commissioner of the Disability Commission. So he's a man who is committed and with a passion to serve the society. So he is using that powers and seeing that the people get better off. The other point I was mentioning earlier, there shall be an advisory board at the state and national level with the legislative assembly members and all that. Then the other issue I also mentioned while I was talking about the categories of people included as people with a disability, the acid attack issue. So victims of acid attack also got included in the new PWD Act. So this all I am mentioning again and again so that you understand the attention, the care, the interest in incorporating
Delegates, please switch off your microphones to avoid disturbances. Please remain muted. Delegates, please make sure that your microphones are muted while the session is being.
Hi, thank you. So the Act preamble also very much focusing on the dignity. So the dignity means it's not simply telling that I would take care of him or I would take care of the other person. It is treating the other person as equal to you. It is not any discrimination on because of the disabilities. So the acceptance of people with a disability and giving them full participation in everything and anything. That's the concept on which the whole act under the new PWD Act, PWD. As I am very much emphasizing RPWD is that rights is very important. The entitlements are very important. That's why the new act has that title with that rights as its spirit. Next slide, please. Next slide. Hello. Next slide. Yeah. So when we
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is the slide visible?
Yeah, this is the slide. Okay. Thank you. When we look at the success of any initiatives under the government of India or the government of Kerala, why it is successful? It is successful because the government machinery and society at large takes it up. It is not just, learning only. It is advocacy. It is programs and policies built upon based on that spirit of the act. Earlier, we were having child marriages across the country. We were having sati practice in our country. But now see, what is its situation present? The number of child marriages registered in Kerala has come down drastically. Because we people got aware of the disadvantages of being married early. So we promoted activities and programs to tell the people that your daughter shall be married at the age of 18 and your son shall be married at the age of 21 only. Now the government of India is making amendments on that, telling that both males and females be married after 21. Maybe difficult for us to accept it. But why the government is thinking in that? Because the people matured enough to take care of their children, be married. They are physically matured, intellectually matured, employed, or able to fetch employment. So with on marriage, if they don't have an income to live in, that problem arises. So if we do want to need to have a healthy citizens in future, if you are early married, your children may not be of that healthy. So the government wants to see that this child marriage is being prohibited as well as strict measures are taken up there and to see that the people follows it. The case with the child labor also the same. There were big, in Kerala, even I was working on social sector, I was seeing that in the shops, the establishments, the bricklaying industries, and many areas we found many children working earlier. But now the number of children employed in different sectors in Kerala has come down in a big way. We are seeing only those children maybe of the age of 16 or 17 or 18 who are not Keralaites maybe, but brought from other states to with the impression that they are brought here to give them education. They may be being employed, but there are, the district child labor officers, the district child protection unit, their child line, they are all vigilant on that. They report to state government telling that this is happening here and there. So this is how the different machineries acted upon and seeing that zero child marriage or zero child labor, child beggary takes place in Kerala. Similarly, if we look at the other laws, other acts implemented in Kerala or at the national level, for example, National Legal Service Authority. There is a legal service authority at the state level or at the national level. And these legal service authorities are, statutory bodies as per the Act. In the earlier years, the legal service authority name are not heard by the people much. But now the legal service committee, the free legal aid clinics, the district legal service agency and all that are known to the people. It is by step. These all, systems or the structures being known to the people. Even similarly, the Right to Education Act. The Right to Education Act, there were certain states which have the rules amended in favor of what was existing here. But the real spirit is to see that it's inclusive education. All the children being considered for their education. So why I am talking about this? In the area of people with physical disabilities, in the area of the various services provided on that, still needs to be improved. People needs to be sensitized. It is not an easy thing. It's not an easy task. I could see that there are 240 participants attending these programs globally. Where you are, if you are taking efforts by your own level, there shall be a result. If you don't attend to that, there shall not be a result. It's a continuous process. We cannot expect that all people will understand, all people will accept. When you look at the buildings around us, because of the alertness and awareness among the people of Kerala, we could see that many of the institutions which are for public, having the RAM and other facilities. Very recently, I was doing a study in Toronto. With this, many of you might be heard about. Presently, its name is Sadan. Earlier, its name was Untitled Chapter. So during this COVID time, along with a few social workers, I was there to see, to take the data of them. And I was conducting the focus discussions there with the children, with the elderly, with the adults, women, and all that. So the women, the elderly, and the children, they were telling that. Now the government is coming with a multi-story building. If the multi-story building having no facility for a ramp or a lift, how we people can go up under emergencies? We people there are elderly, they are not able to walk down from the steps. They are not able to walk up from the steps. But the is not looking at examples. Let's go to the other.
Hello, sir. Sir, your voice is breaking in between again. Yeah, it's not audible, sir. Can you please recheck your connection? Still not audible, sir. Your video is stuck and your voice is breaking. Sir, sorry for the inconvenience. The speaker is trying to reconnect. Thanks for your patience.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks for reconnecting, sir.
Yeah. So now
Yes, sir.
I am using my mobile. Okay. So
Thank you. Thank you for your efforts, sir. Thank you. You shall continue, sir.
what I was trying to tell again there, when this National Legal Service Authority or State Legal Service Authority or other bodies being established and appreciated by the society, why or how? It's all because when the people got alerted or got sensitized. Similarly, now this new act of 2016 has not gone to the people as much as possible. It is our responsibility, the participants in this group, we all can together work on that. We can promote certain efforts at our level to sensitize the society about the new act. Why these district level courts are not being established? Why this district level coordination committee or the state level advisory boards are not functioning properly? It is that nobody, I mean, taking effort on the level to advocate for that. It is me, it is you, we all to work on that. We should see that this sound or this advocacy effort reaching to those people who are handling such matters, the officials, the different types of officials at the state level, district level, even village level, panchayat level, municipality level, they are adhering to the act as well as to the rules under the act. So what I am telling again and again, it is the people, it is the society, it is the I mean the people in the who are aware of this act and its benefits should start talking about it loudly. If we don't talk loudly, nobody listens to that. If we are talking it in classrooms, nobody understands that. So if you do an activity outside this college, outside the institution, if it's a I mean activity which are out of the campus, that will be observed by the people around. So there are a lot of campaigns which were behind many of these efforts at the national level for the I mean elimination of child labor, elimination of child marriage, or whatever way. Such issues, even the child abuse and all that. Why these different agencies being given much more role? It is not by 1 second, 1 day or 2. It is being considered to be a process. So any activity, any improvement, any development in any sector happened. That means there was a continuous effort. The other day when I was attending a meeting at our local community, a residents association meeting, one of the members there stood up and told, if you have the waterlogging issues in your area, you give complaint to the panchayat, you give complaint to the PWD, but don't stop there. You continue giving representations to the minister, representation to the MLA, representation to the office, chief engineer and all that. You continue doing it. And one day, your issue would be sorted out. That's the message that he was trying to give me. Not the group who we are gathered there. So the same way I am talking to you. Just be people to act upon, be people to work on it. Be people to together, I mean, make voices for this group of people. So when I talk to the parents about the responsibility of parents in bringing up children, then I was trying to expand who all have responsibilities to take care of. In this act, in this matter, in this follow-up of these various mechanisms promoted or proposed under the act and rules, it is the parents. It is the parents who have more responsibility. Parents means it is not just the father and mother, they have wider meaning. If you just look into the alphabet of parents, the alphabets, first alphabet starts with P. What it denotes? When I give classes, I talk about this expansion, and many a time this expansion many people understood properly and acted upon. So the alphabets there in the parents is P, A, R, E, N, T, S. In the implementation of this act and the benefits to accrue from that, we all need to work together. The alphabets in parents should work together. That means each alphabet denotes one particular sector. Maybe some of you can also respond to my, explanation that time. Parents, if you look at the alphabet P, P denotes Papa. In your family or in your neighborhood, if any person with a disability or so the Papa have a role. In your family, if it is in your family, of course, the Papa have a role. So what is next alphabet? Next alphabet is A. Who is supposed to be A? A denotes Amma. So Papa and Amma. Amma may be the first person who firstly understand about the disabilities in a child. Baby. Maybe by look, maybe by noise, maybe by other way, they find out. So the Amma have a role in that. So Papa and Amma, parents, there are 2 letters left. Now there are few more. Anybody can tell who means R? R denotes whom? Maybe your answer may be mute. R means somebody trying? Please, speak up. R means what?
Relatives.
Relatives, of course. Thank you. Good. Your relatives. Now those relatives, they have a role. The Papa, Amma, relatives, they have a big role in identifying, in caring, in bringing up, and giving supports and services, making the systems in place. All these categories have Papa, Amma, relatives. Then what is next one? E. That's an alphabet. So E denotes for what? Try.
Elders.
Elders, of course, you know, that's right. Elders, of course. In the families, earlier we were having joint family system. Presently we have the nucleus families. So the nucleus families having, they may not be having many elders at home, but at least the father, grandfather and grandmother may be there. So they have a role. So they have a role. I remember a case in which a family where the grandmother was taking care of the son rather than the mother. So the grandparents, the elders around us, we know that there are certain, disabilities happens by accidents and all that. The elders wants many a times, don't go in that speed, don't go through that side. It's a that bridge or that pond may not be safe for you. So that type of advice many a times the elders give. Then what is the next letter? So we have gone through 4 letters: Papa, Amma, then relatives, then elders. What's the next letter?
Neighbors.
Neighbors, of course, the neighbors. Whether the neighbors have a role in that? Do we have the neighbors have a role in the care of the people with the physical disability? In Kerala, I don't know how many of you are not from Kerala, that's why there are, people with, in normal situations, living in normal situations, when the mother keeps the children at home and going to a shop or going to a office, then she tells the other family, please have a look on to my children. ഒരു കണ്ണുകൂടി അങ്ങോട്ട് ഉണ്ടാകണം, ഒരു കണ്ണുണ്ടാകണം. Why? The neighbors, they have a role, of course, in taking care of these. What is next letter? T.
Teachers.
Teachers.
Teachers, of course. The teachers have a role. That's how we are taught. We are in these positions. For me, I am in this position because my teachers taught me, my neighbors, my relatives, my parents, Papa, Amma. Those all have a role in building up me. So the teachers, then what last letter S stands for? S stands for? We all spoke about all the other 6 words, letters. 7th letter S.
Is it the society?
Society, of course. Thank you. You are right every time. So the entire society, that's a sentence. The entire society has to take part in promoting, providing services and all that. Of course, this is the spirit on which we should work on. Next slide. So before going to that, so maybe I have tried my best to see that I am not technically very good in technology level, but I tried to see that, give you some information, some details, something regarding the responsibilities and the rights, to protect the rights of the people with disabilities. I was trying to give you all that. Now, of course, you may have questions. Some might have given in chat box, but my system does not work. If I have to go through my mobile, it may be difficult for me. If you have any questions directly to me, maybe I can answer on.
Delegates may unmute to ask the question or type it in the chat box. Dear delegates, please ask your questions if there are any. Okay, sir. I would like to ask you something.
Yes.
You were speaking about many acts and concessions in the legal system. How much do you think from the from the legal side of you, how much inclusive do you think our legal system is towards including the persons with difficulty? How inclusive do you think our legal system is?
So there are lawyers, there are judges recruited to such positions because of their reservations and quota. But even many a times we feel that even such people, they don't give that much importance once a person with a disability approaches them. That is generally felt. There are very few give that type of a dignity, that type of a respect to a person coming of their similar backgrounds and all that. I don't know why that type of a behavior exists in our society. When you have gone through all these difficulties and your life was like that, of course, you should have more concern. That's my individual opinion on that. But we all seeing that this happens.
So do you think that our legal system is fully inclusive, or if it is not, how far do we have to go to make it fully inclusive? Do you think our legal system is, as of now, inclusive completely?
We have to work hard to make the legal system inclusive. That's why, that's the message that I can give you. So it is not by one day because of the act or rules, it will happen. It won't happen. It is how long you would do the advocacy activities, how long you would stand along with the people who suffer. So then only you can convince the authorities of the legal system to give due attention, which that are prepared to their issues solved. So I would say that it is not still very, very, I mean, brim level it happens.
Let's hope that the day when the legal system is fully inclusive, it's not so far. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your wisdom, sir. You may continue now. Is there any questions, dear delegates? If you have any questions, please feel free to unmute and ask your questions, or you may type it down in the chat box. So the delegates are trying to type the answer in the chat box. They're all responding.
Yes. So then we can have a concluding session maybe. I mean, the answer, whether I need to give them the answer now or you evaluate.
Are you able to see the chat box, sir? Most of them are trying to answer the questions. You may conclude it by giving them the right answers if you wish.
Maybe I can give the right answers in a common way.
Yes, sir.
The
As
other
you wish.
They should look. I mean, the evaluators. I don't know how I can do that. I can give you the right answer sheet. I mean, clues for the right answer.
Delegates, please remain muted. Delegates, please make sure your microphones are muted. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
So my first question is, when did India ratify the UNCRPD? That's my first question. And some of you are giving answer as
October 1st.
Yeah, that Ritama, she has given a right answer.
October 1st.
Yes, right. Then the second question, how many parties have ratified the UN?
184.
184.
What is the full form of
184.
184.
184 is the right answer. Full form of
Rights of persons with disabilities.
Rights of person with disabilities.
then what is the present job reservation quota for PWDs in government sector? That's the fourth question. Anybody have answer? Could not see any answer there.
3.
3. 3 is most of the people answered.
3 to 4.
If it is 3, it is wrong. If somebody have written 4, then that is the right. So the act.
What is the correct?
4.
3 to 4.
4.
Then the last question is, how many chapters and sections in the Eligibility Act 2006?
74.
74.
7 chapters. 74.
Present Act 2000, Eligibility Act 2016. The right answer is C. 17 chapters and 102 sections. 17 chapters, not 7 chapters.
17 chapters.
Sir, can you please repeat the answer?
17 chapters and 102 sections.
So such an option is not that. Maybe that's why the participants got confused.
You can see. Look at this.
9.
17 chapters.
And 74 sections. Last one.
C, D, 8, 9.
I have typed wrongly. That is the thing. Actually, C is the answer which I was sort of right, but I put 74 by my mistake. So it is 17 chapters and 102 sections. Okay.
Okay, sir.
For sections, it is the answer. Multiple answer is out of that. The same answer is C, and the C answer is 70 chapters and 102 sections. Even it can be the same answer. Have you corrected that? Have you corrected?
Delegates, please mute your microphone. Delegates has Dr. Anthony was repeating. The right answer is 17 chapters and 102 sections. 17 chapters and 102 sections.
So you correct and understand it as 17 chapters and 102 sections. Clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, clear.
So that's the end of my session now.
Delegates, are there any more questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thanks for your patience, your effort. Thank you so much, sir. Yes, is there any questions? Is there any questions?
I didn't expect the technical problem in my presentation time, but
Sir, it happens and we totally understand that. I'm sure all of the participants understand that.
I could have come to the institute and done from there instead of this.
No, sir, it happens and we totally understand. Thanks for your effort, sir. Thanks for all the information you shared. Thank you so much. Is there any questions, dear delegates?
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to.
Our pleasure, sir. We are so happy to have you here and hope to see you again in most sessions of same. Thank you so much. Have a good day, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Hello. Sir, before you leave,
Please.
all the delegates, please switch on your video so that we can take a photo. Sir, please, can you please switch on your video? Delegates, please mute your microphones.
And 1 second, give me time.
Delegates, please make sure that you mute your microphones while we are on session. Sir, can you please switch on your video? All the delegates, please switch on your video and we shall pose for a photograph.
Okay.
Give us a minute, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Dear delegates, with that, we come to the end of the first day of the 3 days international seminar on social security and legal aspects in disability rehabilitation, conducted and organized by Sneha Sadan College of Special Education in collaboration with Rehabilitation Council of India. We hope that you are making the most out of these sessions we have organized for you. Our next session, the sessions for day 2, will begin at 10 a.m. IST tomorrow. So delegates, please make sure that you are on time. We will begin the sessions at 10 a.m. IST. Tomorrow we will be having 3 sessions, 2 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. So delegates, please make sure that you are on time. You may all send back the filled Google evaluation form before 5 o'clock, 5 IST. Thank you all for your patience, your effort, and your cooperation. Have a good day.
Thank you, teacher.